Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful souls. Welcome to today's reading in reference to the truth that's been trying to reach you, the truth that you are meant to hear right now. As you can see in front of me, we have 3 cards in total that are each showing us the significator card for each of the designated piles, with this beautiful rune and Nordic goddess being for pile number 1, this one being for pile number 2, and this one for being pile number 3. Now, before we kind of dive into the topic of discussion and I dive into the game plan for today, I did feel extremely called to share with you all the back of the deck energy when I was pulling and shuffling to get the significator cards out on the table for today's reading. This is actually really interesting, and I've never even heard of this rune before. Maybe you guys have, but you guys all receive, regardless of where you're coming from, regardless of the reading in general, the reading that you're going to end up going to. I don't know why my camera is not focusing. We have Purbo, I believe it's called. There we go. We have Purbo, and Purbo with the goddesses Nornir, with fate, chance, and rebirth. So I did take some time to read the meaning of the storyline here, and these are basically the sisters. They're 3 sisters that basically come together to weave in together in this tree and in the well. Like, there's something to do with fate here, and they control that. So when I looked at 21, the number 21 instantly gave me the idea of the World card in Major Arcana Tarot. But this is giving me, obviously, the idea of the Wheel of Fortune card, but the World card here, there's something that has come to a completion. There's something that may have, I don't know, it feels like you're on your way to getting some sort of completion, or like a full realization, a full circle moment. There's something here that's being woven for you. But at the end of the day, it's entirely up to you on whether or not you're willing to take it or not, because it's through choice. And I did feel called to share the divinatory meaning for the rune Purpo. I really hope, I don't think I'm pronouncing it correctly. Let me know in the comments if there's a way for you guys to help me figure out how to pronounce it. But let me just look at that with you guys very quickly. There we go. And 9 and 4 here add to 13. So 13, death card, transitional times. Purpo is the rune of fate, meaning dice cup. It represents the notion of chance in life and aspects that are beyond our control. It encourages us to roll the dice, to play the game of life, and to relinquish our need to control every situation. Life is the great mystery. To know all is to deny oneself the magic of surprise and free will. You have the power to forge your own destiny through honorable actions. Purpo encourages you to take that new opportunity that has presented itself to do something new, to step outside of the mundane and experience the blessings that life has to offer. The rune relates to the enjoyment of playing a game of dice as warriors sit blithely together in the banqueting hall. Some reconstruct this translation to mean mothers in the birthing hall, and assign Purpo to the notion of birth and the unknown life that the unborn child will lead. As it looks like the rune Berkana opened up, this is a sound interpretation. Whichever description resonates with you, it's about taking chances and enjoying the excitement of the unknown. Take some risks and don't be afraid to jump in, even if the way forward is unclear. It reminds you that sometimes not knowing the future is best. It is time to take a chance and trust that the Nornir will guide you to your destiny. You may be facing a period of rebirth. If this is the case, let go of control and allow your future to unfold before you. Enjoy what life has to offer, take the leap, step outside of your comfort zone, and really play the game of life. Growth does not occur in comfort. It's time to roll the dice and see what marvels life has to offer. So regardless of where you're at, like I said, there is something amidst, there is something a brew, and we are going to be getting to the bottom of it, my loves. So to dive into today's reading today with that little sneak peek here, the way that we're going to be diving into this, the game plan, the setup that I have for you guys, we have a lot of beautiful, lovely little contenders of oracle cards and tarot cards. And this reading, actually, I felt called to dive into not one, not 2, but 3 different tarot decks for each of the piles, okay? I don't know why, it's just source kind of tells me how to do it, and then I'm like, okay, let's do it like that, all right? So, boy, we're going to be diving into this. The first question, or the first section within this whole topic of interest today, we're going to be looking at the truth that you're meant to hear right now. Obviously, that's the first thing. I'm not going to let you guys wait for that. Secondly, we're going to be looking at why this truth is hard to face. and what it has been costing you. Because we got to understand, it's been here. It's something that's a brewing. It's something that you might have known about, and maybe you're having trouble hearing of it. But we need to understand what it has been costing you. We need to know the consequences of not listening. Thirdly, what changes when you embrace this truth? Okay, so I'm going to be giving you guys lots of different ways and layers to this reading in terms of how to explore this topic. And obviously, last, we're going to be looking at final messages from source as well as your higher self, whatever wants to come through today. Okay, my loves? So with that being said, please make sure that you have something to take notes with, okay? Whether it's a pen and a paper, a writing utensil and paper, the notes section in your phone, you know what I mean? Do what you can and really listen to what's going to come through. I have a feeling that for every single pile today, there is going to be something crazy big here that is going to be revealed that you are going to have to refer to as time goes on, okay, for the next months to come. I do want to give a trigger warning in case that there is any sensitive things that do come up. I do also want to put a disclaimer out there that I am not a doctor. Okay, I am not here telling you that I am the most gifted fortune teller telling you exactly what is going to happen in your future. Okay, here's the thing. You and I, we're human, and we're both human. You have the ability to connect to your intuition if you really, really want to, my love. If you really want to believe, if you really want to listen, sometimes we have that inner knowing. I happen to be one of the people that had more time in my life, more opportunity to get to kind of explore and strengthen that skill. And that's one of the reasons why I do love doing readings, and I do it in part of the career that I took as a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. I do use cards in that way, but I also love to use it on my YouTube channel for the purpose of helping you guys grow, heal, connect to your inner world, shadow work, and everything else that comes with it, because there's so much beauty around the corner when it comes to healing. The things that you get in return, it's just always so freaking worth it. So with that in mind, just heads up. And in order to dive into this, I do highly recommend that before you even end up selecting your pile, that you really make sure that you if you did end up selecting it too, like already beforehand, that you make sure you come from like a centered and grounded space internally before doing so. And, giving yourself a moment to take some deep breaths and letting an HA sound out the mouth, doing that as many times as you feel called to, trying to let those exhales be a little bit longer than those inhales. And I do invite you to softly close your eyes if you feel comfortable to do so, asking yourself the question, what truth am I meant to hear right now? And let that ring in your head for as long as you need to. Repeat it back to yourself as many times as you need to internally until you know that you're aligned, you're connected enough. So that when your eyes softly open in your own timing and you look in front of you, your soul is going to help you point directly to the piles that are reaching for your energy the most right now. Whether it be one or two, that is absolutely fine. But listen to that little ping. It's there. So I'm going to give you guys some time to do that now, okay, my loves? And I will meet you at your part of the video. Hello, my loves. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, then you already know that this reading is for you, my beautiful pile number ones with the Ansus Merkstab rune, okay? So this is not the actual reading, okay? I actually am going to be trying to do something different with my video setup today. And this is going to be the most raw, I guess maybe, I don't know, I'm going to experiment with leaving this unedited. I'm not going to cut anything out. I'm going to make it as organic as possible, raw as possible for any of my beautiful humans here that are feeling called to watch the preparation of the cards that come out, the preparation for the reading in itself, okay? And if you want to skip this part, you are more than welcome to. Obviously, that's why I have it separated in the timestamps down below. If you did use the timestamps to end up coming to your pile area, okay? And with that, I'm going to get started. So we're going to be getting the cards out for all of the 3 different sections within this topic today. And we're going to be using my fortune telling cards, my Intuit Tarot, my crystal deck, my Sacred Geometry Activations deck, and then I think that's all I'm using for this first part. Let me just see. Oh no, I lied to you. For you guys, my beautiful pile number ones, you guys ended up getting the Beautiful Animal Tarot deck. Okay, I love this deck. Look how pretty and shiny and artistic and gorgeous she is. So those, you guys are the lucky winners who got this deck. This is the one that Source wanted me to bring through for you guys, my beautiful pile number ones. But okay, so let us start shuffling and get all the cards ready for you guys, okay? What is the truth that pile number one is meant to hear right now whenever they end up coming across this reading / video? As this is a timeless reading. What is the truth? Oh my gosh. Do we take it? I'm going to take all the ones that came out like this. And I think this fell out like this because I want it to be the back of the deck. So we're going to honor it. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was not expecting that many cards, my love. Okay. What is the truth that pile number one is meant to hear whenever they end up coming across this reading / video? This is a timeless reading in reference to the truth that's been trying to reach them. What is the truth that pile number one is meant to hear when they come across this reading / video? Truth. Pile number one is meant to hear. All right. What is the truth in the pile number one? Let the card fall out. What is the truth that pile number one is meant to hear whenever you come across this reading? Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm going to just give you guys a sneak peek, because if you're here, this is the card that fell out. Remember, I don't know if you heard me mumbling it. I'm not editing this, guys. You saw. I don't make my stuff up. Proof. So that's really cool. I got 2 back of the deck energies that wanted to come through. That's interesting. You know, it's like, you know it's a back of the deck energy because I was shuffling, no other card came out, but I flip, change. Okay. Let me just make sure everything's in the right way. Now, this is the other tarot deck. We're going to be taking reversals here. What is the truth that's been trying to reach pile number one the moment they end up coming across this reading / video? What is the truth that pile number one is meant to hear? And the moment they come across this reading / video, what is the truth that pile number one is meant to hear? What is the truth that pile number one is meant to hear in the moment that they come across this reading / video? All right. One interesting back of the deck. Solar eclipse, big changes are coming. I have too much synchronicities, guys, with you guys. Let me know in the comments down below if you have been watching up until this point, because if you're not as freaked out as I am, then I don't know if we're on the same planet, on the same wavelength, guys. Like, come the frick on. This is trippy. Okay. Woo! And now, for some reason that's coming through, I'm seeing cycles, like infinity sign with this number 8. So I don't know if that's going to be important. All right. I'm just moving this so we have space for this final tarot deck. So I have all the oracle, all that stuff set up here for the first section. Now we're going to be getting the tarot out for this first section that we're going to layer on, because I do layering of my cards that you guys see. If you've been subscribed to me for a while, you'll know what I'm talking about. All right. So what is the truth that pile number 1 is meant to hear the moment that they end up coming across this reading / video? Oop, the card fall out, please. What is the truth that pile number 1 is meant to hear the moment that they reach this video or reading? Regardless of when they come across it. What is the truth that pile number 1 is meant to hear in this moment, regardless of what moment means to them? This is a timeless reading, and it will reach them when it is meant to reach them. What is the truth that pile number 1 is meant to hear? Last shuffle. Thank you. Page of Cups. Look how beautiful the art is on this deck. It's so gorgeous. Okay, so we got lots of back of the deck energy here. All right, so this one here. I don't know what this wants to be. Okay. What is this? I'm going to find out if this wants to be upright or reverse. I'm teaching you guys my little trick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Reverse. So, got the tarot. Beautiful. So we got for section 1, we got section 1 all set up. All right, my beautiful pile number 1s. Now we're going to be getting the cards out for section 2 with my yin yang oracle, my shadow deck, my essential oils deck, past lives, and what is it? What it's been costing you. Hold on, I'm just trying to remember how I was doing this reading. Okay, so what changes when you embrace this? Yes, I'm just looking at my cards. Yes, okay. So for the next tarot that we're going to be using for this next section, why this truth is hard to face and what it's been costing you. What it's been costing you, that part of section 2, we're going to be using my transparent tarot deck. Okay, so I'm going to leave this up here so I can get it ready for shuffling. Let's do the runes. Let's do the oracle decks first here. Why has this truth? Why is this truth hard to face for pile number 1? Why is this truth hard to face for pile number 1? Why is this truth hard to face for pile number 1? Okay. Back of the deck wants to be seen. We're going to leave that out to the side. Why is this truth hard to face for pile number 1, regardless of when they come across this reading? Why is this truth hard to face for pile number 1, regardless of when they come across this reading? All right. No back of the deck there. This one's here. Oh, by the way, I shuffle with my eyes closed, so I'm sorry if you, like, I've been trying to kind of like lean forward so you guys can see the card shuffling, but like instinctively just keep leaning back, so I'm sorry about that. Okay. Why is this truth hard to face? For pile number 1. Why is this truth hard to face? For pile number 1, regardless of when they come across the reading. All right, one more shuffle. I have a feeling there was more coming out. So we got these two here, these two there. So I think there's a reason for that. We're going to keep these things separate. These literally flew to this side. So this is a separate thing, I think, that has to do with it. So let's see. Why is this truth hard to face for pile number 1? Why is this truth hard to face for pile number 1? Why is this truth hard to face for pile number 1? Regardless of when they come across this reading, why is this truth hard to face? Okay. Back of the deck. Trauma, war, Arctic or Antarctic, sacrificial. Something to keep in mind. Okay, we got a couple cards that landed here. Husband, passive conformity, boss, early modern age. Okay, so it's giving me like the 50s, love, obsessive, American Civil War era. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Friend, identity, passive conformity. Okay, that's just something to keep up in mind. So we're gonna keep these straight. I feel like they come to this. So we're gonna honor it. I'm gonna place these cards here to the side where you cannot see. Sorry, guys. So I can keep everything prepared and organized. And then we're going to be using the transparent tarot for the next part of this reading. Let me just make sure I shuffle it the right way. Okay. What has this truth been costing pile number 1? What has this truth been costing pile number 1, regardless of when they come across this reading? What has this truth been costing pile number 1? What has this truth been costing pile number 1? Okay, we're gonna cut. And we're gonna flip. 3, I'm hearing 10, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, this is the back of the deck that wants to come through. This is backwards. This is backwards. Nope, this is backwards. Okay. All right, so this is the back of the deck. We gotta honor it. That is so very, very interesting back of the deck, though. I'm intrigued by this. And then this landed here. Okay, this is back of the deck. And then this is, let me just make sure everything is upright the right way. Hanged Man. Queen of Cups, 10 of Wands, and the 3 of Cups. Maybe we'll get clarifiers after. Okay, So, or actually, what if, I don't know, I'm hearing like it wants to go like this. Okay, we're gonna just do it that way. And then we're gonna leave it to the side for when we're ready to explore this further. Because we still have a final 2 sections to do and get the cards out for. Actually, yeah. All right. So, let me just make sure I have everything ready. All right, cool. For the 3rd section for this reading, we're going to be looking at what changes when you embrace this truth. So we're going to be using my Embracing Your Shadows deck, a golden tarot, Shane, and my tea leaves. All right. So, what changes for pile number 1 when they embrace this truth? All right, back of the deck wants to be seen. Let's look at that though in the reading process itself. All right, let's get the tea leaves out. What changes for pile number 1 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 1 when they embrace this truth? All right, let's get the other deck out. What changes for pile number 1 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 1 when they embrace this truth? Okay, I did 2 full shuffles. I don't know if you noticed. Back of the deck wants to be here. Interesting. Okay. So we got, oh wow, this is so, I wish you guys can see it. Maybe you can. If I like zoom out, look, you guys got cards that fell out here, here in piles, and here in piles. So I think there's a couple things, different things that are going to be changing. These all go here. These all go together here. These 2 go together here. So we're going to keep these separate in terms of change. Okay. All right, and then now for the tarot for this section. What changes for pile number 1 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 1 when they embrace this truth, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay. This wants to be like this, so I'm gonna honor it. This is like this. This is like this. Okay, interesting. So we gotta leave it like that. We got back in the deck energy, 2 of Wands. Planning. Beautiful. So we gotta go like wham, 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 wham. And do you want to be in reverse? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Wham. Great. Okay. Now for the final section, we're going to be getting final messages from Source. So we're going to be using my higher self deck right here, and then I'll probably shuffle the self-awareness deck live. So sorry, I had to sneeze. All right. What is the final message for pile number 1 for them to walk away from this reading with? Connecting to Source, what is pile number 1's final message? Connecting to pile number 1's higher self, what is their final message to walk away with? For pile number 1. Okay, so I guess 3 things, and I'm gonna honor it. I'm going to honor it. Okay, beautiful. Back of the deck, balance. So here we go, my loves. We have all the stuff set up for your reading, and I will meet you at the commencement portion of your reading, okay? Sending you so much love. Okay guys, I'm so sorry if it seems like I just out of nowhere shifted everything, but the way that everything was set up was really bothering me, and I don't understand why my camera has such a bad glare right now. So I'm really, really sorry about that, because my table's glass, you know, so I don't know when the camera's gonna do that stuff. But I was looking up and it was really bothering me, so I really wanted to cut it and like try to fix what I can. But we're gonna continue now. Let us take a look and see the first part. So why this truth is hard to face for you guys, all right? We're gonna get the past life cards out just so I can make sure I keep everything the way it's supposed to. So we had this set up this way, this set up that way. Okay, what's really interesting here, the way that my past life cards came up when I was preparing your piles, the words that wanted to be seen was husband, identity, love, obsessive, time frame, early modern age, American Civil War era, passive, conformity, identity, friend, and then we also had boss. So this is really intriguing to me because like this is giving me the idea of like, well, obviously there's a person in the mix here, right? And when I looked at early modern age, I was thinking like, I think yesterday when I was getting the piles ready, your pile ready, I was picturing like 1950s, 1960 like type mindset, right? And men and women back then, very, very different. Roles and responsibilities, expectations were always very different. There's something here about like an expectation of that with passive conformity. It's again giving me this idea that someone was like submissive, someone was obeying something as law because they didn't want to be disappointed by somebody. They didn't want somebody to be disappointed in them. They didn't want somebody to look down on them and tisk, tisk, tisk. You know that saying? Tisk, tisk, shun, shame on you. You know what I mean? And right off the bat, like that's the energy that I am picking up on. But we got to see the essential oil cards that pair with it too. Okay. So for the essential oil cards, we have the keyword anchor with essential oil steadying. Trigger statement, I am not ready for what comes next. True statement, I take it one step at a time. Although things are shifting so quickly, be present and know this is part of a greater plan. Huh. We also have the keyword peaceful with essential oil, reassuring. Trigger statement, my life is a mess. True statement, I find stillness within. Your outer world is a reflection of your inner world. Go within to find peace there, and your life will reflect that. And then we also have with essential oil, inspiring, keyword freedom. Trigger statement, I have no choice. True statement, I create my day, my life. It is the time to play, do something different today to shift your routine. Okay, again, this is like fitting into this story that I was picking up on about how like I don't think you realize, pile number one, we're dreaming of something, aiming for something, desiring something very, very deeply. And you didn't realize like the outcome that was coming, the shape shifting, the shift. There was some triggers thing, like that tower moment. That tower moment energy that I was picking up on earlier, it manifested because of something that you were hoping for, desiring so, so deeply. You weren't expecting it to do this, but it was essential to get you closer. And you got to remember your why. One of the reasons why this truth is hard to face for you, pile number one, is because it requires you to like let go of like some sort of identity, of some sort of mask that you had to perform and put on to be like accepted or respected in a way. The way I say respected, I want to put it in quotes because it's like, were you really respected? Because I don't know. It seems like someone had to play pretend a lot. Probably you, that energy that I'm sensing, to be accepted or deemed like part of something. And having to let go of that is scary, but it brings you anchoring and it brings you peace and it brings you freedom. And anchoring is in the sense of like cosmic flower energy, like remembering where you came from. But that was hard for you because there is a big fear of like not knowing where to go. And it's because you're in this weird in-between state, pile number one. You're in a state right now where things are kind of hanging in the air because of all the drastic changes. And now I'm understanding why I was picking, like seeing 555 so much and the number 5 in general, when I was getting your pile ready yesterday. And then this morning, right when we started up, we got 55 on the page because it feels like this is going to be something that's hard to hear, hard to feel, hard to move from. But in reality, like, you're getting a lot, 1,000 times. Like, I don't think you realize, like, when it comes to this truth that you're meant to hear, when it comes to why this truth is hard to face, like, I understand why it's been hard to face. I feel like I was able to explain this part well. But the thing is that you're not seeing is, like, this had to happen for what you desire. Is like, this is essential. Like, this was a necessary step to get what you desire. And we need to understand, like, in life, the things that we want, we can't control all variables to the thing that we want. Like, we can't say, I specifically want this thing to specifically happen with this specific person at this specific time in this specific place and on this specific day. We can't control all those variables. But one thing I know for certain is that when it comes to a vision, when it comes to something that we desire very deeply, we can connect. If we can connect our emotions in as many senses as possible when we envision that thing, we can reach that goal and allow ourselves to have that same emotional experience. But in order to get to that same emotional experience, to find the true emotional fulfillment, which actually I'm going to rephrase what I just said, pretend I didn't just say that. You can have emotional fulfillment right now in life if you really want to. It's just a matter of mindset. This thing that you deeply desire, though, in order to get it, you had to experience some additional not so nice and fun things. But it's all helping you learn how to step into your own leadership role in life. You're becoming your own ruler, actually. So that makes sense. Be the penguin. You're walking away and you're choosing you. So that's beautiful. And I feel like this thing was essential to force you in that role. But it's scary. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I don't want to believe that this is happening. I've done all the things, but were you doing all the things before for the right reason? Okay, I think I'm understanding this. Like, were you doing it to be loved and accepted? Or were you doing it for your truth? And now I get why I was asking you that question. Okay, see, this is so interesting. I'm so curious. Whoever chose this pile, please feel free to share your story down below in the comments, guys. I always love to hear your stories because this one's a little bit of a doozy, and I really feel like everyone's story is going to be very different from one another. So I'm very curious. Remember what your experiences, like, they can help somebody else going through it who also chose this pile. So, you never know, especially if they didn't choose this pile. Sometimes we what we don't have no idea, like the things that we're going through, someone else could be going through in a different time, a completely different place in the world. And it's like all they needed was to hear someone else was going through it so that they don't feel less alone. And so just remember, like, you can show up for somebody or do a thing of kindness is by sharing your story and remembering that vulnerability is your greatest superpower right now. Okay, let us now look at the next set of oracle cards. For a yin yang card, you guys received reflection and projections. For another yin yang, you have reunion and soul ties. For a shadow card, we have attachment with true growth requires letting go, with the words at the bottom, clinging, dependence, and addiction. And I actually love this because I don't know if you noticed with, I think, Pathway, the fortune card here, there was a bunch of butterflies, and we have a butterfly that's trapped in a cage. I'm just admiring it. Like, there's so much transformation and growth, and it's scary, you know? That whole process is scary, but you know that it's helping you, and I know that might be hard to hear. For the next essential oils cards, we have coriander being the essential oil with the keyword honoring self. Trigger statement, this is the way it has always been done. True statement, I create my way. You are ready to fulfill your desires by thinking outside the box. The path less traveled may be more fulfilling. Be the penguin. And then we have green mandarin for the essential oil. Keyword opportunity. Trigger statement, I doubt it. True statement, there is hope. With fresh eyes, see the potential within this situation. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you noticed, like, there is so much, like, self-empowerment, self-worth themes happening here. And it makes sense for why this truth has been hard to face, because you don't think that you're capable of doing it alone. This is a very terrifying situation to be put in. And now I think I'm really understanding, like, it really came out of the blue, pile number one. Like, this journey you've been on, what came so unexpectedly, it genuinely came out of the blue so flipping hard that's why it felt like you were crumbling at one point with it. And now I can understand why this truth is hard to face, or why it has been hard to face, because it's hard to hear that, to like say it to yourself. It's hard to admit how you're really feeling, and it's hard to be brutally honest. But then you got to ask yourself, like, when you're on your deathbed and you're looking back at life, like where you're at now or where you were at, that whole situation, if that still happened to the day of like your deathbed, would you have been happy with how things turned out? Like, genuinely emotionally fulfilled? Would you have been satisfied with your life? Do you feel like you got to do everything you wanted? And then, you know, if you stall, if you hesitate, like, that already gives you an answer. And maybe it's deeper than that. Maybe it's much more complex than what I'm saying. And maybe some of you guys are saying that to yourselves. But if it's deeper, if it's complex, and it feels like, because I feel like some of you guys, this is a relationship situation, maybe a divorce, something like that. If it's that complex of a thing to answer, you got to ask yourself, why is it that complex? Is it because the other end of the party isn't showing up to it? Are they not helping you figure this out? And I don't know if you noticed the colors. There's a lot of like, well, sacral chakra energy is big here, but also heart chakra energy. And I love how anchor is like the one root chakra energy, because it's like anchoring, you know, you're rooting yourself down. You got to reconnect to your truth here. Pile number one, you got to remember who you really are before all this happened, before all this stuff got caked on top of you. Who were you at your core? And you still have yet to really figure that out. And maybe that's also why it's scary, because maybe you adopted this certain facade for like such a long time that you started thinking that that's who you are. But in reality, it was just a lost sense of self. And my heart goes out to you like really, really hard, guys, because I can understand why this is really hard. It's hard to hear it. Another reason why it could have been hard for this truth to get faced, pile number one, is because it was difficult to be honest with yourself about it. It was difficult to like know that deep down, like, this isn't what you deserved.
but you still kept putting up with it. And I'm just saying, like, there's good karma and there's bad karma, and I really feel like there is good karma coming in for you. Remember, keep in mind the solar eclipse energy. I do highly recommend, though, check online if you can and find out when the next, like, coming up solar eclipse might be for you, because that might have, like, some sort of significance, and maybe, like, doing something for that solar eclipse that comes up, because this is a timeless reading. Like, try to connect to it, connect to the energy, look into what solar eclipse energies are about. I know they're about change, and I know that they're about shifts and stuff and embracing that change, but look into, like, the placements for the moon and the sun during that time for you, whenever this upcoming solar eclipse might be, because there is something catalysmic going on, and it's been happening in your favor. It's just hard for you to see that. And honestly, though, let's now move in, look at the transparent tarot here, because maybe this is going to help us help you really, like, lock in this truth even further that's been trying to reach you. So this is the back of the deck energy that we received. We have 10 cards here in total for my transparent tarot. I really hope you guys are able to see it because it's transparent, obviously. So we do have the ones that I'm seeing that stand out to me are the Queen of Cups, and I think we have, yes, the Hanged Man. We have the Ten of Wands, the Three of Cups, and yes, so we have the Ten of Wands, the Hanged Man, the Queen of Cups, and the Three of Cups. That is what is standing out to me the most. We have 10 cards? No, we have 4. What am I saying? Oh! I did this wrong. This is the set of cards for your reading. Sorry. I set all these cards up in a very certain way. This is the back of the deck energy. Okay, that makes more sense. We have 10 cards here. Yes. So this is the back of the deck energy. We have, I believe, the Eight of Cups. Yes. The Eight of Cups with the Nine of Cups, the Fool, Strength, Chariot, the King of Pentacles, Knight of Swords, Two of Swords, Three of Swords, Two of Wands. Okay. Oh, I just hit this with my head. Sorry, guys. All right. With the back of the deck energy, obviously this is giving us, like, a really big indicator here of, like, you're in this process of feeling like this truth has been costing you your ability to walk away from something that you know you haven't been happy with for quite a while now. Like, not listening to it, ignoring it, avoiding this truth. It's led you to start losing a sense of yourself more and more each day. It's prevented you from being able to fully, like, step in and take the risk that you know that you deserve. Because with the Strength coming through, traditionally, like, I think with major arcana, sometimes, like, in different tarot decks, the Strength card can show up as the number 8 or 11. And this is giving me, like, this idea that this was meant to be, like, a brand new beginning for you, but it was up to you to make that decision, but you just kept kind of, like, holding on it, even though you knew that this is where you get to finally, like, step into your power, step into your truth, and go make something happen for yourself. But the thing that always held you back was the fear. It was the fear of, like, not knowing if you were gonna be able to show up in the way that you know you must to make it happen, but you can and you are going to, because this is the thing that your heart desires. And when your heart has a say in this, nothing can stop you, but you need to believe in that. You need to know that that's all you need. If that makes sense. So, yes, that was the back of the deck energy. I hope I didn't confuse you guys earlier. I'm sorry about that little mishap. And with that, I'm just trying to figure out where I want to place this. We have, yes, you're in that state. But what it's been costing you as well is the Queen of Cups, Ten of Wands, Hanged Man, and the Queen of Cups, yes. Queen of Cups, Hanged Man, Ten of Wands, and the Three of Cups. Sorry, I'm just studying this. So I was going to lie it out like this. And I want to get, I remember now what I wanted to do. I was going to shuffle and get clarifiers for each that we can layer on top. So let me just make sure you guys can see everything. Okay. So can you clarify the Queen of Cups for me? Thank you. We have the Death card here. Can you clarify the Hanged Man for me, please? And I was thinking about you being in like a cocoon. So I find it interesting that the cocoon is the Hanged Man. Resemblance with the Nine of Wands. So the Nine of Wands is clarifying the Hanged Man. That's what I'm saying. You're like exhausted. And then can you clarify the Ten of Wands for me? Can you clarify the Ten of Wands for me, please? All right, so we have what? The Page of Wands. And then can you please give me a clarifier for this Three of Cups? This could also be like just a friendship in general. Like someone has been holding you back very, very heavily. And, you know, this could be so many different things. Can you please clarify this Three of Cups for me for what it's been costing? Pile number 1. Okay, so we have 2 cards clarifying the Three of Cups. All right, so we have Judgment and the Four of Cups. Okay, see, I needed that clarifier. Now I'm happy that I did that. All right. Oh my gosh, like, can you not see anything? I really hope you can. I'm sorry, guys. All right, so this has been costing you time. That's one. This has been costing you your time to be like healing and like being able to grow quicker. This has been like holding you back for a really long time. Whatever this truth was that came through, like to expose something, to reveal something to you about, I feel like it might have to do with a person or people in general. Maybe it could be like online banter as well. Like this can be just like messages, but they weren't coming from you. You know what I mean? Whatever that was, it's been costing you your ability to finally like heal and like release this really big burden that you put on yourself when it comes to like what's the word, like not reputation, but how you're like portrayed. Maybe it's like appearance, maybe it's how you're seen or like valued. There was a wound revolved around self-worth, lack of it, in a certain area when it comes to like how you're portrayed or like seen on the outside. And it might not be like a physical appearance thing. It could have been like just like everyone thinks that I'm too much, or everyone sees me as too loud or dumb. You know what I mean? Like there's something here where there's already like an assumption made about you that you have an insecurity about perhaps. And one of the things that not facing this truth like has been costing you is the ability to like finally like heal, grow from that, walk away from that, because you've been too focused on like fighting and like trying to like, I guess, not accept it. I don't know. Maybe you've been trying to fight for something that you know just like has passed its expiration date on it. And it's exhausting. It's exhausting to be in this weird like in-between state, like not just finalizing something, not being okay with it and just moving forward anyways. But that really is like what your soul wants for you. It wants you to like accept what it is and what this answer is and understand that like, yes, what's happened has happened. Yes, it sucks. It burns. Sometimes it's not the most pleasant thing to think about. But at the end of the day, like, aren't you happy and relieved that this was able to happen to protect you from more suffering? And doesn't this help push you in a way to be able to go after the things that matter to you most? And I'm being honest with you, pile number 1, like really the way that the cards have been revealing it to me, like this was something that had to happen. You would never have been able to finally like maybe even come to this video. You finally wouldn't have been able to feel curious enough to want to explore this truth. You wouldn't have been curious enough to keep listening up until this point because it's hard to hear it. It's triggering it to the soul, to the wounds, to this persona, this identity that you've created that isn't even really who you are. So, you know, that's just something that I feel like is really important to keep in mind. Now that we did explore everything that we did, we're going to take a look now, my loves, and see what changes for you when you embrace this truth, okay? So we already got the cards out. We have some back of the deck cards that did come out as well. So we have a couple things that change when you embrace this truth. I remember the tea leaves were flying out like crazy for you guys. So these are going to be separate. And then we have a third set. So we have 2 tea leaves. Like there's 3 different things that might be changing for you. And this could also have to do with guilt. I want you to keep that in mind. Like there's something here about feeling like you need to kind of constantly like stand to like a decision you might have made. Like I'm hearing and that's final. So, you know, I think it's just hard for you to feel like you don't want to have to like let go of something, let go of somebody. You don't want to have to like close that door. But like if you're constantly like trying to find something in a door that you've already tried to open multiple times but it was never there for you, like why do you keep trying to open the same door? There's a bunch of other doors that have yet to be explored by you that you haven't been looking at, and they're on the other way. You have to turn around and keep going. You know what I mean? Like that's the metaphor here. So that's just something to keep in mind. So for the back of the decks, you guys received the mirror effect. What frustrates you and others is a reflection of something unhealed within you. And that's interesting. Look, we have a mirror that's broken, reflections and projections. So it's like, perhaps you even like with this thing, this person, whatever it was, it's like you're giving them an understanding, but you're giving too much. You're giving too much grace here. When you were never granted the same back. And that's where it gets unfair. Let's put that here. And then for another back of the deck, which I find kind of interesting, we have fan with romance, celebration, and party. And then underneath it is changes in your life with moon. So, you know, just take that with a grain of sand. And then for a final back of the deck that I wanted to come through, we have the 2 of Wands with my Golden Tarot deck. With the World and the 2 of Swords, yeah. So much shifting and shaping. Okay. All right. So we're going to explore this one at a time. Let's look at these first. For the tea leaves, first up, you got in terms of what changes when you embrace this truth. We have kite with vacation. Month of the year is March. Scissors with disappointment in some affair. Flag with don't be tempted to lower your standards. And barrel, you feel something is lacking in your life, perhaps love, money, or goals. All right, that's interesting. Okay. First up, one of the things that do change when you embrace this truth, pile number 1, is the idea of like being able to, I guess, move forward. Like you're gonna be able to develop inside of you like some sort of ability that you had trouble in the past with. And this could have been like practicing detachment. This could be like practicing the ability to kind of like focus on yourself more instead of everyone else around you. That's another thing that's coming through. There's this idea here of like constantly like worrying about how what you do affects everyone else. And you're going to be able to have an opportunity to like finally say like, but what about me? And like focus more on self-preservation instead, which I think is like very, very important here because there was a lack of it in some way, shape, or form. I can see it. There's been a lack of it in you. Maybe you were trying to get it from other things, but life is finally showing you, like, look, you need to have that for you, and that's what matters most here. With vacation and coming through in March, this is instantly giving me like the idea that, okay, this month may be of significance to you. I don't know if it passed or if it is coming up for you, but this can come up two different ways. Like, what I'm sensing here is the idea that you're going to be able to reach full clarity on how to start moving forward and like go on like a self-discovery journey moving into the month of March. That's where it's going to click. Or March may have had some sort of significance when it comes to this situation. And since March till like you're listening to this, you've been in deep reflective state mode, like you've been in that hanged man state. And now you're finally like coming to terms with the truth and like how this dynamic actually was. And this is where it hurts and it stings, because it's like, okay, yeah, like I have lack of these things here. And I just looked up at my camera and we have 3333 coming through. So threes are about creativity, expression, synthesis, and fulfillment. So again, like you can have all of those things that I just said, but like if you ever felt like the light was just dimmed in your life in the past before all of this chaos happened. Did you hear how I said that? That was kind of funny. Before all this chaos happened, like there is a reason for that. And now that light wants to be found by you. So this is where the journey begins, and you're going to finally be able to start it. So that's one thing that changes when you embrace this truth. And then the next thing, we have 2 tea leaves here. We have wishbone. A wish is granted. And then we have eagle, triumph over troubles and obstacles. So for some reason, I feel like this is going to be combined with this fan, back of the deck energy, romance, celebration, and party. So I don't think you realize, I'm actually picking up, like, you guys might end up doing like some spur of the moment thing, or like a very out of the blue, like a spontaneous something, activity, action of some kind. Like this is something that you don't normally do, and you're going to like do it for yourself. And then through that experience, excursion, whatever this is, like it could be an adventure of some kind, something's going to come through that's going to make things click into perspective for you. There might be like a message, there might be like a stranger you meet, there might be something where you just feel like things are going to be okay. And I need you to hold on to that, pile number 1. That's really, really important, because there is something here that you've deeply, deeply wanted since for years now. It's just like you've never given yourself the time of day to go and try to go achieve it, to go believe that it's possible for you. And that's something that is going to be reawakened. There is a spark that's going to be reawakened within you. And it's going to help you want to start like saying, what do I really want? And how can I go get this? Eagle, like the totem animal, is like coming through. There's something here about like courage and becoming one. I think this is a hawk totem, which I love, which is why I bought it for myself personally. So I just brought it out because I feel like you guys could use some of that energy right now. But your doubts, everything that you doubt about this new thing, it's going to be proved wrong. Like source is going to show you, the universe is going to be like taking care of you. And all the things that you think were moments where source wasn't there for you, they were there for you the entire time. But they wanted to show you how to start being there for yourself. And that's why it felt like nothing was helping. There was nothing there answering your calls. Do you get what I'm saying? You have to have the human experience as well. Not everything can come and swoop us and save us. We have to do it for ourselves too. And I feel like this is a big lesson in this life for you, pile number 1, personally. That's something that you're learning, obviously, like this whole process. Like it was kind of showing you that, but that is another thing that's coming through. Like you're going to be proving to yourself that you can get to that freedom, and that this is the real opportunity, and it's going to happen. Like this is really exciting. For the last thing that does change when you embrace this truth, when it comes to like physical things or just shifts in your real reality, we also have tarot that we're going to pile on top. So just keep that in mind. We have Cane, with pay attention to your health. We have Camel, persevere and you will overcome problems. And then we have Fair Man, a dealings or relationship with a man with blonde, gray, or white hair. And then for Embracing Your Shadows card, we have here the Shadow's gift. Within darkness lies wisdom. The pain you've endured is shaping you into someone stronger. You're going to become unrecognizable. When you finally embrace this truth to the fullest, you accept it, you move forward, pile number one, you embody it with your entire truth, body, and soul, you're going to enter what I'm picturing that wants to come out of my head is your villain era. But like in the best, beautiful way. And what I mean by that is it sounds like a villain era, and it's going to feel like a villain era for you because of how empathetic you are. And it's a blessing and a curse because it really does get in the middle of you being able to like show up for you a lot. That's shifting. You're going to be able to make peace with your demons. You're not going to let them, you're not going to obsess over them. You're not going to sit in the discomfort for so long to the point where you feel like you end up self-sabotaging to avoid what's really going on. That is all shifting, my love. And with Fair Man, there's something here about like, okay, this can come through with like obviously a person, like keep in mind, like maybe there's a person that comes through that you've been expecting is what I'm hearing to come through. I don't know why, it feels like you've been expecting this energy. The other thing though that I'm hearing is like, this is an indication of the amount of wisdom that you've gained through this whole experience and everything that has to do with what this truth has been revolved around that you were meant to hear. It has shaped you into a person that is gonna stop at nothing to ensure that everything that they do moving forward is aligned with their truth, their integrity, and aligned with their authenticity. Like, you're gonna make sure that everything you agree to, all the things that you move forward with, you're not gonna say just yes to anything anymore. You're not gonna be a yes person to please, you know? You're gonna put your needs as a priority. And I just feel like that's like a whole new reality for you you're gonna be living in. Like, this really just feels like you're doing a whole 360 in the sense of how you're showing up on, maybe even like you're redefining what friendship means to you. You're redefining what partnership means to you. Like, you are going to start having all these different beliefs that you once had, like being demolished by yourself. And you're going to start changing your whole reality in the process because you're literally changing your frequency. You're literally changing your perspective. When you do that, your mind, it shows you and it takes in things like a filter, and whatever goes through that filter is like your past experiences and stuff. You're not going to let that stuff weigh you down anymore, hold you back from being able to see what you want to see. And that's what's changing, pal number one. That's very, very beautiful. So with that, let us now layer this on with the final set of cards. Here we have my love and my little turtle totem symbol. This is about transformation. So I just think it's cool that it's here. We have this card wanted to influence the card that's sideways like this. It's influencing, this energy is influencing this card. First up, we have the Ace of Cups. Next up, we have the Seven of Swords being influenced by the Queen of Pentacles. And then lastly, we have the Empress in reverse. Another thing that changes for you, pile number one. Honestly, is it another thing? Okay, no, yeah, this is one more thing I want to bring in. I don't know why you may have felt like this, but there came a point where you just felt like you were undesirable. Sorry, I can't say that word. Desirable, or like what you were trying to bring was undesirable. Like, there was something here that just, the self-worth wound was like very, very strong in. That's shifting, and that's going to shift dramatically for you. your ability to start showing up for you in the way that you know you've always deserved. And like, you're going to be able to fill your own cup up, not try to search it or sought for it out in others. There's something here about how you're showing up. It's just like you're changing the rules in your rule book of life. Like the exact rule book that you followed in life. It's changing so dramatically that I don't even think, if you have like friends and family that have been with you your whole, like they're going to see you maybe like 8 months from now is when I'm hearing a very specific number. 8 months from now, they're going to look back and they're going to be like, damn, like pile number one, like I don't even know you anymore. But it's like in the coolest of ways, because this is a vision. This is something that you've always wanted, but you never ever thought that you were capable of. I'm going to try to get a clarifier really quick for this Ace of Cups. Can you give me a clarifier for this Ace of Cups for what changes when pile number one embraces this truth? Okay, Knight of Wands, and then back of the deck, Queen of Cups. Yeah, like I said, it's just like this newfound, what's the word? Fire, desire. I feel like there's a V word that I'm thinking of. Vibrance, like vibrancy, agility. No, not agility, vibrancy. It's coming through, and you're gonna feel like you're guided. It's just so exciting, to be honest. And you're gonna feel lighter. You're gonna feel like you're unstoppable. You're gonna feel like I'm finally putting my boundaries up. I'm finally choosing me, and you're gonna be able to recharge, feel replenished. And you're going to turn your manifesting beautiful feminine energy back on. And it's going to feel like, when I say beautiful feminine energy, I'm not talking about like womanhood with whatever you identify as. I'm referring to like sun and moon energy. This is moon energy, and moon energy is subconscious. You're going to be able to start like shifting your inner world to align exactly with what you deserve. And what you deserve is way more than what you have now, pile number one. So life is going to start treating you better. You're going to feel like the world's treating you better. And it's just going to feel like you're a little bit of a magnet. You know what I mean? That's the thing that I was trying to say before. That's all shifting for you. And same with the dream, the vision. Like, you're going to feel unstoppable, and you will be, my love. So now to finish up your reading, we do have final messages from Source as well as your higher self that did want to come through. I wasn't expecting to get this many cards, but we ended up getting 3 higher self cards for you, my love. So with that, we have that, and then we're also going to be shuffling from my self-awareness deck in case you guys do feel called to kind of like work on this a little bit better and apply some practical exercises for yourselves. We're going to be shuffling here to get some self-awareness cards for self-reflection and self-discovery and healing. For this, we're going to be reading out of the booklet here. We have 3 cards. First up, we have, oh wow, worthiness. Next up, trust. And then lastly, take the first step. So we're going to do this in order. Let me get to worthiness. There we go. The presence of this card signals that deep-seated negative beliefs of self-worth have surfaced. In the modern world, our value is assessed by our appearance, career, social circle, and achievements. When we compare ourselves with others, sudden supposed inadequacies tend to take root in the mind. We create and accept false beliefs about ourselves, which grow and expand in our consciousness and conclude that we are not good enough or deserving. However, your spirit knows that your true worth supersedes the value judgments of the world. This card is a reminder that you are inherently worthy, and your value has already been pre-established by the divine. At times, we allow our previous mistakes to define us and prevent us from feeling that we are good enough. Have some compassion for yourself and abstain from tormenting yourself with harmful thoughts. Forgive yourself for your past mistakes and let them go. Substitute the voice of your inner critic with that of an inner cheerleader. You don't have to focus your energy on proving your worth to the people of the earth. You only need to be yourself and love yourself for who and what you are. Remember that you were created out of love and are a being of love. Yes, my love. Yes. And then we also have trust.
The message from this card is twofold. First, trust the path you're on as it fulfills the divine plan for your life. Life is filled with unknown situations and unpredictable outcomes, some favorable and unfavorable. However, each experience builds your endurance and strength and prepares you for the unfolding of your mission. Trust in infinite intelligence and have faith that everything is working out the way it's supposed to. Second, you receive this card because you need to believe in yourself and trust your judgment. You may have made poor decisions in the past and now lack trust in your own judgment. Because of this, you may be prone to getting guidance and direction from those who have been there and done that. While there is nothing wrong with seeking help from those with experience, you're being reminded that you too contain the power of discernment to find your path. It isn't always necessary to seek outwardly because others appear to know better. This card encourages you to seek inwardly since the tools of discernment are present within you too. Yes, there will be stumbling blocks at times, but without these, you wouldn't be able to learn valuable lessons and strengthen your spiritual muscles. Trust in your ability to make sound decisions or ask your higher self to restore faith in your ability to trust your gut. You can begin to trust your gut by taking clues from your body. What is your physical reaction to a question? Do you feel butterflies of excitement or a tightening of the stomach? This physical response will help you make a good choice that resonates. Keep a journal and document times when you've trusted your gut. How did things work out? Did they work out in your favor? Look back on these episodes when you start to doubt your gut reaction. If you find yourself still struggling to trust, make it a point to monitor your thoughts and feelings throughout the day. If you succumb to negative thoughts, then refocus your attention toward your faith. Do you believe that your higher power has your best interest at heart? Do you believe that you're being watched over and taken care of? If so, then there is no need to doubt. To shift your thoughts, find an inspiring quote or read a passage from your favorite spiritual text and spiritual teacher that will uplift you. Bring your negative thoughts to your higher power for healing. So again, there was a couple of points that we did read on. If you do feel called to do it, like take the notes, journal, do some self-reflection, I do highly recommend that you guys also check out my other YouTube videos on my channel. I have multiple different playlists on my channel from the past on like educational videos on the chakra system, healing through the chakra system. And I also just love using the chakra system personally as like an example, a concept, a framework for people that are just trying to release self-sabotage. So I do highly recommend you guys explore that, whether you believe in the chakra system or not. Because I really feel like here is about reconnecting to your truth, your roots, and understanding your truth and learning how to just practice more, embody more self-trust. I really feel like I have this one video on how to like catch negative thoughts in action before it becomes like a spiral. I'll try to link it down below in the description box for my pile ones in case I have to like look. I think I have one or two videos, but I need to like double check which one it is. I don't want to give you guys the title and then it's incorrect, So I will link that there. And then lastly, your last message, my loves, is take the first step. Throughout your life, there will be many creations you desire to bring forth. Your higher self is reaching out to ask you to take a courageous leap forward in order to create a desire you hold deeply in your heart. For most, the first step into the unknown is frightening, filled with uncertainty and unpredictable variables of the journey ahead. Many question if they will have the proper resources, support, and assistance to truly manifest, and they end up defeating themselves before they even begin. If you are enmeshed in the elusive world of fear, then the first step will appear perilous. But if you trust in the knowledge of your higher self, then the step will be a joyous one. This card reveals that it is time to break free from the chains of fear and be brave, dear spirit. Have the courage to venture into the unknown, since your each step will move you toward your dreams and your destiny. If you find yourself collapsing into a state of worry and anxiety, look at your higher self in this card. She is taking a step with glee and enthusiasm, almost in an enjoyable dance-like fashion. She knows what this will bring for you and is excited to help you. Will you trust her? If you're attempting to begin a new business, consider moving to a new location, or if you're trying something outside your comfort zone, then this card encourages you to take the risk. After taking your first step, trust that your higher self will nudge you into the appropriate following steps. Rest assured, you are supported on your journey moving forward. That's what I'm saying. You just gotta take the risk. Take the step. Look how excited the higher self is here. So there is something here about it, and remember, there was something here about being playful. Like, you gotta find the beauty in the situation right now, as hard as it might feel.
But you need to know that you are being held so lovingly. You just need to keep yourself grounded through the anxiety-inducing moments. So let us now finish it up by getting some final self-awareness cards and practices to take away with you after this reading, or to finish this reading up. What are the final things meant for pile number 1? Okay, so we got 4 different questions for self-reflection. And they say, I knew that there was multiple different situations going on here. First up, where can I ask for more help in my life? What if it isn't true? Name all the things you love. And am I apologizing for my truth? So, where can I ask for more help in my life? Oops. Highly recommend that you pause this video and take a screenshot, take notes for the today's soul action and the mantra. Until we can receive with an open heart, we're never really giving with an open heart. When we attach judgment to receiving help, we knowingly or unknowingly attach judgment to giving help. Today's soul action. Today, ask someone for help and receive it with an open heart. The mantra, I ask for what I want and I am open to receiving it. All right. Next up. What if it isn't true? The thing you are telling yourself right now, the concrete reasons why you think you don't belong, you can't do it, you won't get there, you're not enough, or it's not for you. What if it wasn't true? It's time for a soul chat. Close your eyes, put your hands on your heart, and ask the wise one within you. What if it isn't true? What else might be possible? Journal your answer. What lie do I need to let go of to reach my soul's truth? This needs to be screenshot. Okay? Gave you guys a chance. Next up. Name all the things you love. Are you one of them? Today's mantra. I give myself all the love and attention I need. And to finish it up, loves, am I apologizing for my truth? What part of you is apologizing for your truth? Why? Today, be proud of your truth. Catch yourself when you want to apologize or withhold parts of it. You never know whose life you will change when you are brave enough to speak it. Be the lighthouse that shines on the courage that lives in all of us. This will give others permission to speak their own truth. There is room for all of us. Courage is contagious. That's literally what I was talking about when I was referencing commenting. So, maybe for you guys specifically, pile number 1, this is like a great first step to help you learn how to like own your worth. You know what I mean? So that's just something to keep in mind, my loves. But this is all I have for you in reference to this topic of discussion. And I think I just realized that this was crooked the entire time. I'm so sorry. That would stress me out if I were you. Lucky I'm the one giving the reading. With that being said, if you can please give me a thumbs up, a thumbs down. Honestly, any little form of engagement really does help support me, the mission I'm trying to move towards with this channel, which is trying to make a loving online community of like-minded individuals that are here to want to grow, heal, and release all the self-sabotaging tendencies that are holding them back from attaining the real life that they've always wanted for themselves, with whatever the definition of freedom, whatever freedom means to them. So that sounds like something that you would love to be a part of. Feel free to hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet, my loves. And with that being said, hopefully I will see you in my other pick of cards to come. Feel free to always explore in the description box down below the other things that I do offer, as I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing, and I am accepting one-on-one clients right now. So that's something that you might be interested in. Maybe even giving me like a early trial. You can always book a soul immersion reading with me, or just connect with me by scheduling for a free soul clarity call, and we can just feel out the energy and see if we would be a good fit to work together down the road, okay? Don't even worry about all the other things that a lot of people use as a reason to not explore healing. because I do try my very best to be as accessible as possible when it comes to finances and all the things that make people fearful to explore this stuff, okay? So with that being said, I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day, and hopefully I'll see you in my other readings to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number twos. This is not going to be the full reading. This is going to be the part of the video that a person in the comments actually asked me to start doing, so I decided to experiment with it, and we'll see how it goes. I'm setting up your pile right now. I'm getting everything prepared. I'm getting all the cards shuffled in advance. So I felt called to just leave this video here completely unedited, completely untouched, raw and organic me. You're gonna see the process of me collecting all the cards for your pile, okay, pile number two? So, buckle up, get ready for the ride, because this video can be like 20 minutes long, because I just checked back on pile number one's setup, and I think it took them 22 minutes for me to get all the cards ready for them. So we're gonna be looking into 3 different things, well, 4, just specifically if you want to count the final messages from source at the end. But we're going to be gathering oracle cards for this first part, as well as the tarot. You guys ended up receiving the Druid tarot deck that I own. Pile number 1 had their own. So we're going to be shuffling that as well. So I'm just getting all the cards out, and we're going to start this process together. Okay. What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear the moment that they reach this video or this reading, regardless of when they come across the video? What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear in the moment that they find this video, regardless of when they come across it? What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear in the moment that they come across this reading / video? Beautiful. We have 1 crystal card coming out, and we have Tektite at the front, so that's interesting. All right, let's keep going. What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear in the moment that they come across this reading / video? What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear in the moment they come across this reading, regardless of when they come across it, as this is a timeless reading? Oh, wow. Okay, so we have 3 Sacred Geometry activation cards. And then we're going to get the fortune cards next. What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear in the moment that they come across this reading / video, regardless of when they come across it, as this is a timeless reading? What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear in the moment that they come across this reading / video? One more shuffle. Thank you. Okay. Name female. See how it's cut out? Back of the deck wants to come through, and unexpected income. Now for this Intuit Tarot, we're going to take reversals. What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear the moment they come across this reading / video, regardless of when they come across it, as this is a timeless reading? What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear that whenever they come across this reading? What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear in the moment they come across this reading / video? What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear in their moment? What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear in their moment they come across this reading? Beautiful. Back of the deck is the Chariot in reverse. Okay, we're going to keep that up on the side. All right, so we're going to honor this. There's some cards that flew out on the side. I'm just trying to make sure they stay in their respective places. These stayed separate from here, so we're going to honor that. I thought I had a 4th card, but I don't think I did. I'm looking around me. I don't see another one. Whoa, I'm yawning. Sorry, guys. I was yawning really bad for pile number 1. I'm trying an experiment to see if I have ADHD. I take medicine for ADHD. I've been taking medicine since I was like 7 years old. So I've been trying to like figure out how to work with my nervous system. I think the dosage I was on before recently is too high for me because I lost some weight recently. So it's like I've been experimenting with a lower dose. So I'm a little bit extra loopy than normal, if that makes sense, okay? So thank you for your patience. Okay. So we got this. These 2 are going to be separate. So we're going to place that to the side so I don't accidentally mix them up. This one wants to be here maybe. No. Separate. All right. Now to get the tarot out. This is a nice, big, thick deck. What is the truth? That pile number 2 is meant to hear in the moment that they come across this reading, regardless of when they come across it, as this is a timeless reading and it will find them whenever it is meant to find them. What is the truth? That pile number 2 is meant to hear. And I have my eyes closed when I shuffle, guys. So I'm sorry if you notice I keep bringing my hands back. I do that a lot because I shuffle with my eyes closed. So what is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear in the moment that they come across this reading / video? What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear, regardless of when they come across this video? What is the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear, regardless of when they come across this reading? Pile number 2 is meant to hear. All right. Beautiful. Back of the deck. We're going to keep it up there. And these cards landed here. These cards landed here. This one card is on its own over here. All right. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. These 2 are significator cards because they both came upright. So we're gonna leave them separate. These are the cards that we're gonna read as a message together. So I got that set up here. We're gonna place those to the side, and now we're going to move in to getting the other cards nice and prepared for why this truth is hard to face for you and what it's been costing you. So for why this truth is hard to face for using my oracle decks here. And then what it's been costing you, we're going to be using my transparent tarot deck, okay? So let's focus on getting this out first. Why is this truth, or why has this truth been hard for pile number 2 to face? Why is this truth hard for pile number 2 to face? Why is this truth hard for pile number 2 to face? Why has this truth been hard for pile number 2 to face? Back of the deck wants to be seen. Okay. You have a card that came out. Why is this truth hard to face for pile number 2? Why is this truth hard to face for pile number 2? Why has this truth been hard to face for pile number 2? Okay, another back of the deck wants to be seen. Okay, beautiful. We got this here. Let's get the essential oil deck shuffled. Why is this truth hard for pile number 2 to face? Why is this truth hard for pile number 2 to face? Why is this truth hard for pile number 2 to face? Why has this truth been hard for pile number 2 to face? All right, back of the deck here. I will never change. Okay, interesting. It's crazy. You guys just got like a little bit of oracle cards because pile number 1, oh my goodness, they had so many. Crazy amount. Okay, let's do this with the past life cards. Ooh, I don't know if this counts. Does it count or does it not? Source. Okay, we're gonna put it back in. If it's meant to be, it'll come out again. Why is this truth hard for pile number 2 to face? Why is this truth hard for pile number 2 to face? Why is this truth hard for pile number 2 to face? Okay, we have Casanova. Interesting. I don't even know what Casanova means. Okay, so we have a couple of different things here. They came out separate like this. There's cards in like different piles. So we're going to keep the words that are facing up as relevant. Star-crossed love, faith, nature-based, love, possessive, accident is the trauma. We have exposed here that landed on top of the Ingwas rune. And then Neolithic revolution, overcoming loss, adult female, devotee or follower, abandonment, ethical religion, abuse of power. Okay, interesting. We're gonna keep these together. I'm trying to figure out where to place them. Where is this? Okay, over here. We're gonna keep these to the side. These stay separate. That stays separate, and these two stay separate over here. Okay. And then for the transparent tarot, we're going to be using it for the next portion of this question, which is what this truth has been costing you. Like having difficulty facing it, like what it's been costing you to not do it. So, what has this truth been costing pile number 2? What has this truth been costing pile number 2? What has this truth been costing pile number 2? What has this truth been costing pile number 2? Ooh, okay. Okay, let's just honor it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's the back of the deck. Just trying to make sure that it is this way, this way. Let me make sure. Oh, no, backwards. P. There we go. Beautiful.
All right, so that's the back of the deck. We're gonna place that up there. This card fell up. I think we have a card on the floor. Yep, we do. Okay, so I'm just trying to get them all ready, and then we're gonna set it up in the way Source wants us to when we explore your reading together. So I'm just gathering all the cards right now. All right, beautiful. Setting it up there so I know which is which. Okay, and then now we're going to be getting the cards ready for before we go in. Oh my god, I'm doing things out of order. Okay, the third thing we're going to be exploring and getting the cards ready for is what changes when you embrace this truth. Okay, so I have my tea leaf cards, my Embracing Your Shadows deck, and my Golden Tarot deck here. Okay, so let's get the tea leaves ready. Actually, let's get the other cards ready first because these always fly everywhere. All right, so what changes for pile number 2 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 2 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 2 when they embrace this truth? Beautiful. Back of the deck. Let's honor it. What changes for pile number 2 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 2 when they embrace this truth? Let the card fall out. Okay. And then I really feel called for this one, and these. Okay, great. Back of the deck is strength. Or am I going to put that up here? No, I'll put it here. Okay. We got this upright, and these are all facing down. Let me just make sure. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Beautiful. This one wants to start it up. This is going to be the significator card. Beautiful. Okay. Now for the tea leaves. What changes for pile number 2 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 2 when they embrace this truth? Okay, one deck, the other deck. What changes for pile number 2 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 2 when they embrace this truth? Okay. Yeah, you guys got so many, like, less things. These two want to be together. We'll honor it. Okay, great. We got the tea leaves ready. Now we just need to get the last part. So the last thing we're going to be shuffling to get ready for you guys is your final messages from your higher self and from source. But
For the source part, we're going to be using my self-awareness deck, and I was going to shuffle these live. So we're going to just be getting these ready in advance, okay? My higher self deck. Pile number 1 did end up getting 3 of these, so I am very curious. Maybe you guys will just receive 1. I was expecting to just get 1 for each of the decks, but pile number 1, you know what I mean? Like, Source always has tricks up their sleeve. We have to always just hold space for that. And I feel like pile number 1 had like a very crazy, like the reading was a general reading, right? We're seeing the truth you're meant to hear, but you're the one that's meant to plug in the pieces, you know? And pile number 1, I feel like there were so many different unique situations for people that ended up clicking that pile. So let's see. That's probably why like they ended up getting 3 is what I'm trying to say. So what is the final message for pile number 2 from their higher self to walk away from this reading with? What is the final message meant for pile number 2 from their higher self to walk away from this reading with? What is the final message meant for pile number 2 from their higher self? Okay, back of the deck wants to be seen. Beautiful. And we have 1 card for you guys. So we're going to place that up there. And there we go, my loves. So I guess I shall see you at your part of the reading where we officially begin it, my loves. And I hope you enjoyed watching me get the cards nice and ready and set up. Okay? See you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful souls. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the Ingwaz rune, with the words being seed of life, with fertility, creation, and new beginnings, as well as the number 36, 3 and 6 adding to 9, then you already know that this reading is 100% for you, in reference to the truth that's been trying to reach you and that you are meant to hear in the moment you are in as you're watching this, because this is a timeless reading, all right? So when it comes to this entire everything, I guess you can say, I have a feeling this diamond, I know this is the shape of the rune itself, the Ingwaz rune, but with this energy that I'm picking up on, instantly I'm channeling like a diamond in the rough. And I don't even know what that can stand for, what that can mean. There's this idea here that there's something that you are moving through, perhaps, that you're not entirely sure where it's going to lead. There's a lot of twists and turns, I guess you can say, into the storyline that you might be in right now. But one thing is for certain, you're growing and you're gonna get to evolve into a new version of you through this experience. And this is going to be able to be like I don't know what the right word is, like the trigger point. I'm trying to, I don't want to say turning point, because it's not a turning point. It's more like a rev. You know when like you rev your engine before you take off with a car, or like if you're playing, you ever play Super Mario Karts? I know this is gonna sound really dumb, but you ever play Super Mario Karts? And you know, like in order to get that like boost of speed before the timer says go to like start the race, you have to like hit the gas, like it start accelerating beforehand, like by a certain second before it says go. But if like you miss that shot, your car like actually stalls instead. I don't know. If you ever play Mario Kart, you're gonna know what I'm talking about. If not, I just don't know how else to explain it, unfortunately. But that's what I'm picturing. Like, this is gonna be that perfect, it has the perfect ingredients to create something new and special for you. I don't know if that's gonna be like an opportunity or if that's gonna be just like a new version of you, but there's things in this experience, pile number 2, where you had to go through in order to be able to come out the other end a more, I guess, obviously it's wiser, right? but more like self-aware, or like you know yourself better now. I don't know if that makes sense, but okay. Let us see what the booklet has to say about this card with my Norse Goddess Rune deck. And again, just so a reminder in case you guys skip through that intro, this was the back of the deck for the collective's energy, regardless of the pile that you did end up going to. So you're stepping closer to yourself, and it was necessary, like it did have to happen. All right, so let us take a look here and get to number 36. All right.
So, I am seed, buried deep in the earth. I am new beginnings, a brand new birth. Fertility, creation, in the darkness I grow. May Ingwaz upon you her blessings bestow. Okay. Seed of life, the powerful and magical ability within nature to reproduce. Seed of life, the spark of an idea, a thought planted deep in the mind and requiring action to bring that dream to reality. I am just going to move in to the divinatory meanings because I am feeling called to just go right there. It says Ingwaz is the rune of fertility, meaning Ing. I don't know if I'm saying that right. It represents Ing Freyr, Freyja's brother, which is a personification of the divine feminine in masculine form. Freyr symbolizes peace, fertility, nourishing rain, and warming sun, which are the qualities needed for new growth. The rune represents the beginning, the start of something new, the inception. It is a powerful fertility symbol and can refer to the magic of conception, aiding in overcoming fertility issues. Shaped like the ova, Ingwaz holds the potential for fertilization and the molecular structures to bring forth creation. It is the seed that grows in the damp, dark soil. It could bring with it feelings of isolation, being trapped in a dark place with no foreseeable way forward. Know that seeds are nourished in the darkness. See this as an opportunity to release what is toxic, pushing your roots deep into the soil, which provides stability and foundation. Soon you will be reaching towards new growth. Find those seeds of truth within you. Find what matters the most and work on nurturing those parts of you. Ingwaz calls you to acknowledge those seeds of creativity within your mind. What do you wish you could manifest into reality? It's time to plant those seeds, to embark on this new journey and nurture the growth of your creation. From fertilization leading to conception, a new project, hobby, or endeavor. Drawing this card gives you permission to plant these seeds. With it comes the knowledge that success will only be achieved through care and nurturing. The time of procrastination and self-doubt is over. Now it's time to plant these seeds into the soil and allow them to grow and flourish. If you have been thinking of doing something new or looking for a change, this rune reminds you that your soul already knows what it wants, and now is the time for a new beginning. Okay. Interesting. Obviously, new beginnings are written all over this card. And with this being your significator card, that's something that we should definitely keep in mind. With 9 actually symbolizing, with 3 and 6 adding to 9, it's a number of completeness and leadership. You know, whenever I think about the number 9, I think about the 9th house in astrology, which is ruled by Sagittarius energy, and they're very, very independent. They love to go explore. They love to go, I guess, learn. Learning is like something that they love the most, especially when it's something that they find like they're very passionate. When they're very passionate about it, like they love to learn. But this is where it could get interesting. And I'm sorry if I keep yawning, guys. I don't know what's been going on with my nervous system lately, so just wanted you guys to keep that in mind. If I'm yawning, it's not because of you. I was trying to do some sort of experiment with medicine that I take. My nervous system kind of hates me right now, so that's just why I'm yawning. It doesn't hate me, it's just confused. It doesn't know if it should be turned on or turned off. Does that make sense? So, because your nervous system controls your whole body function, if you didn't know that. Fun fact. Hence why I work with people to learn how to self-regulate. So, moving forward though, I just wanted to make sure you guys know I'm not like bored or something. There's a new beginning here written in the stars for you, my loves. There is something interesting though here where it just feels like there's caution,
I don't know why that feeling is kind of like on the tip of my tongue. I feel like the cards are obviously going to give us more insight on that, specifically that weird cautious feeling I'm having. But at the same time, it's exciting. It's exciting because there's a new awakening coming. But maybe that's where you don't know what's in store. Maybe that's why I kept feeling like you're going to be on some journey and you don't know how it's going to turn out. But regardless of how it does, like, you're still getting closer to knowing your truth and like understanding who you are, like becoming closer to your wholeness. Does that make sense? Like, you're coming back home to yourself in this process in ways that I don't think you've ever given yourself an opportunity for. So let us move this card to the side and we're going to start diving into this reading. I already got the cards all set up if you haven't checked that out on the timestamps. If you do feel curious to see how I did set it up, in case anyone thinks I am making it up, I did not, my loves. I ended up raw, organic, unedited, recorded myself to show you guys that here you go. I know that a lot of people, some people do really appreciate watching the process of preparing the cards in advance. That's why I started getting that on the videos now. So that's why my videos are going to seem very, very lengthy now. But this is what you guys wanted. And I want to let you know that I'm here. I do these videos for you guys. And I want you guys to be able to absorb everything in the best way you can, okay? So if you do have any other questions, or I mean, not questions, but like critiques, feedback, things that you would love to see in these videos, let me know in the comments down below, okay? Because I am always going to try to experiment to show up in the best way possible that will suit you guys the most, that will be able to help you in your healing and growth journey the most, okay? So feel free to share whatever you like, suggestions and stuff. Moving forward, we're going to be looking at the first section of this reading by diving into the truth that you are meant to hear right now, okay? So I did already get the tarot and the oracle cards already shuffled and ready to start revealing everything for you and with you. But we're also going to be looking at back of the decks. And there were a couple back of the deck energies that did want to come through here. So I'm going to show those to you first. First up, we did receive, interesting, with the number 2 and 7 adding to 9, unexpected income. Gonna place that up here. And then we also got the Chariot in reverse with, it says, blocked by obstacles, lack direction, coercion, forcefulness, powerlessness, facing opposition. Interesting. What's under this? Strength in reverse, lacking confidence, inadequacy, self-doubt, weakness, low self-esteem, and then the Devil in reverse, unhealthy patterns. Okay. Nine of Swords, out of your depth. Okay, like something wants to run away. There's a desire to run away, but you're staying put by kind of like keeping your mind busy with this Tektite crystal. When gravity feels extra heavy and it's time to initiate launch sequence and blast off, when you're bored with Earth life and want to expand. You feel like you're not, like you're out of place. So this is definitely like a new beginning in the sense of like maybe how you're seeing things, your perspective is shifting, your fire is starting to burn a little bit internally. And I guess the things that you were like, I can handle it, that stuff is starting to get more annoying now, more irritating, more like, I don't know, something may have happened that triggered, I did say trigger earlier, and I don't know why that word was coming up. There may have been something that could have triggered this feeling. I'm curious to see what that is, though, specifically. And then we also have my tarot. You guys are the deck that ended up receiving your one-of-a-kind tarot, which is my Druid tarot deck. And then we also have significator cards up here. And the last back of the deck here with that deck is the Five of Wands. With the chicken here, it's kind of like chicken's play. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, there's something here that's kind of like not helping. It's not helping the situation because it's kind of like adding to it It's making you feel like you do want to run, or you do want to go do something recklessly or not recklessly, but more so impulsively, because it's easier to just kind of like hit the escape button, the abort button, eject button, whatever button you want it to be, and rather than like facing it. And the number 5 seems to be of a lot of significance to you. So, keeping that in mind, 5s might be important to you moving forward. And 5s are the number of like crisis, but they're also, because about crisis and like challenge, they're also the number of transformation. And that's where 5s can have a bad rap, because whenever we see 5s, we think about like chaos, like a rupture, like tower like energy. But those are also going to be the same exact moments where you're going to get to gain the most knowledge, learn the most. And this is showing to me like there is something here going on that doesn't need to be. Like the 5 of Wands in this deck is like the energy of like child's play fighting. Like it's not getting to the point where it's like, I saw it, the 5 of Swords energy, like fighting in a defeat of some kind of battle that had to commence. But it's more so, it's not as serious as what I'm trying to say, but there is still something that's like messing with you to the point where it's got you hitting the pause button for some reason. It's got you hitting the reset button. It's got you kind of in a position where you're in this weird, not stagnant, not fully stagnant, but a weird in-between state, a weird in-between stage. You're a little bit confused, and I think that's where the seed's trying to come through. So again, let's just keep that in mind, my loves. We're obviously going to keep exploring together. And with the significator cards, so we did end up getting, okay, these are separate. They wanted to be separate. I remember, because when I set up your cards yesterday, these fell out separate, so I saw them as like 2 separate things. We're going to be stacking the tarot and everything on top afterwards, but let's just get the significator cards for the tarot first, and then we'll begin letting, sorry. My God, I'm like at a loss for words today, so I'm sorry for that. Thank you so much for your patience with me, my loves. I'm gonna get the significator cards out, and then we're gonna lay the oracle cards. That's what I was trying to tell you. So first up, we have the 10 of Swords, and this is a very brutal one. And then lastly, we have the Lovers. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. We're gonna keep exploring, because there is some things coming through in my head, but I want to keep them there for now until we're able to kind of get more information. So we're gonna reveal these at the end, because they did come out separate. Let's look at these first. So this card, sorry about the yawn. This card did end up getting cut out, unfortunately, but we could still read it with my fortune telling card. You guys did receive main female with the number 2. So the truth that you are meant to hear right now. And you did end up receiving 3 sacred geometry activation cards, with the first one being remembrance with the number 38, adding to 11. The frequency of remembrance supports our memory of everything that we have gone through as a soul and body, providing us with valuable information and tools to flow gracefully with and in this life. Okay. You gained something here. That's what I'm saying. Next up, you guys also received the number 44 with universal love, and it says the frequency of universal love activates the connection we feel to each other, to our planet, and to the whole of existence itself. But then there's still like, I don't know. I look at this card and it's supposed to be very like positive. You know what I mean? But the energy here that I'm picking up on it is very like I don't know. It's martyrdom like in nature. It's not, feels like it's being used. Your energy, perhaps, pile number 2, is just too pure that there's a situation that you do want to get out of. And whatever did happen recently just felt like the last straw. Like you're starting to get there with this 5 of Wands energy. But you have been finding ways to kind of like deal with it through this tektite. But at the same time, it's like this call is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And I feel like that's actually potentially why the universal love energy, it's brighter than the remembrance card. I don't know, like from the distance, from the card, like even the camera itself, like it could see like there's more vividness in the coloring with these different shapes. And I think that's probably because like naturally, like, I don't know, for some of you guys that ended up picking this pile, you guys might actually resonate with the word Pleiadians, you know, starseed energy. And I do feel like some of you guys tend to be like, not people pleasers, but maybe you might not be, you might have trouble saying no. You might have trouble setting boundaries. You might have trouble kind of like putting your foot down because you don't like to step on other people's toes. You don't like to hurt other people's feelings. But that also can be like a big downfall for somebody because it holds us back from being able to be genuinely brutally honest with ourselves on how our soul is actually feeling. You know, it's so weird, you know, when we have such a big heart and we have such a big heart that we wear on our sleeves to give to others, we're so generous. But then when it comes to us, that heart, it's like not up for grabs. And that's where it gets kind of like confusing. You know what I mean? What's the word? It's contradicting. It contradicts itself in nature. But that's, I keep sensing this weird polarizing energy where there is that there is a contradiction of some kind here. So let's keep going. Oh, we do have a yellow one. What is this? Libyan gold tektite. Oh wow, see what I am saying? You got regular tektite here, proof tektite, and then you got the card that flew out, which is Libyan gold tektite. See how there's like, it's the same situation, and that's why I was so confused. This is so interesting because I was like, there's something here, but it's two ends of the same thing, but it's still sour. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, let's do this. We have Libyan gold tektite. It's a 28 million year old Saharan desert glass only found in, you guessed it, the Sahara Desert. This gem is yellow but far from mellow. Who needs it? The navel gazing and brooding, binge watchers, anyone looking to hit the street with some extra swagger, Cancers. Okay, we did also get the Chariot in reverse, and that is a card ruled by Cancer, so that is something to keep in mind. Hold Libyan gold or this card at your will center just above the navel, which is your solar plexus chakra center, and set some goals. Seriously, make a list. Then call on the fiery beyond ancient energy of the stone to help you break through the burning desire to binge watch the day away. When to use it? When your get up and go has ghosted you. Banish your blahs. Okay. That's what I'm saying. It's like main female. There's main character energy trying to come through very, very aggressively right now. I feel like this card wants to be with this and this wants to be with this. So we're going to honor it. And what do you have here? You have the number 44, 4 and 4 adding to 8. So this is like, you have an abundance of love, okay? You have a lot of it to give, but you always lack giving it to yourself. And there is a new beginning that's trying to be birthed here that is trying to do just that for you, is trying to give you an opportunity to start showing up for you more instead of constantly thinking about everything else. Okay, some of you guys that ended up selecting this pile may have felt drawn to pile number 1 as well, okay? Pile number 1 had somewhat of a similar situation, but still different in its own ways, you know, because everything is kind of specifically whatever meant for each other, meant for whatever. Okay, I can't talk, guys. Thank you for your patience. Okay, let's continue. If that's the case, keep that in the back of your mind. I will let you know if I feel like a weird ping for you guys to move to pile number 1 instead of continuing pile number 2, because I do that sometimes if I feel it, if I sense that that's meant to happen. But that's only if I continue to feel that energy and it gets very, very strong to the point where I can't ignore it anymore. Okay, guys? So just something to keep in mind, but let's continue. This card goes here. Let's see what it says. We have, oh, okay. See this? I had a feeling this card was going to be paired. We have the Hanged Man upright, ruled by Pisces and Neptune. And, oh, it's not ruled by Pisces. This is interesting. So they're not saying the Hanged Man. A lot of people always say the Hanged Man is ruled by Pisces, but here it's saying Sagittarius, ruled by Neptune. So Hanged Man says new perspective, aha moment, perspective, awakening, surrender, epiphany, release, let go, allow, and yield. Okay. And then for the final sacred geometry card you guys received, You have the number 42 adding to 6 with tantric journey. Wow. The frequency of tantric journey helps us to unlock the hidden knowledge and wisdom that we intrinsically hold about how to reach a state of wholeness and completion through our sensual experiences with ourselves and with another. Wow. So there's a lot of different ways this reading can go. That's why we got to get the tarot out soon. And here, combining with it, wow, is the 10 of Cups upright. This one's ruled by Pisces. There we go. And it says storybook ending, harmony, blissful relationship, emotionally fulfilled, stability, idyllic peace, and divine love. And then lastly, we have the 2 of Cups in reverse. Interesting. This is ruled by Cancer, and it says unhealthy attachment. Why did I say it like that? Attachment. Ugh. 2 of Cups in reverse. Rescuing, caretaking, enabling, clinging, seeking approval, codependency. That's what I am saying. All right. Again, I need to see the tarot, guys. I know you probably hate me for that, but I need to put it all out there. It feels like there is a very specific thing here. So many different ways this reading can go on how I'm picking up on it right now. And I want Source to guide me further. So first up, we have the 8 of Pentacles. I'm trying to figure out where I'm even going to place this. You guys are probably going to hate me for this. You know what? I'll just zoom out. I'll just zoom out and make your day and life a little bit easier. Okay? So, let me just move these cards. So we got the 8 of Pentacles, the Queen of Pentacles, the 7 of Swords, and I think this is what, a waning crescent moon. So this is about surrendering. Interesting. And then lastly, oh, in reverse, we have the Knight of Wands in reverse. Okay. I want to pull out a clarifying card really quick before I dive into all of this, but you do want to run away. There's something here where you want to run. Your soul wants to run. Your soul wants to feel free again. Your soul wants to move. Run might not mean escape, okay? But your body, for some reason, might be arguing with you here, where it's like, I don't know if you are, maybe you've never had an experience where you've been able to be in like a connection. If this is like something to do where you're in a connection right now, hear me out or listen to this, okay? If it doesn't resonate, keep listening, and then we'll go into other things that I'm channeling that can be interpreted here. If you're in a connection, this could be the fact that you're in some sort of situation where you're not used to having this much healthiness in it, I guess. And your nervous system, all it's ever known in the past was toxicity, was fear, insecurity, paranoia, because maybe in the past, your love life history, it was traumatizing. And it created this fear of security, because security doesn't feel good yet. It feels very like nerve-wracking. It feels like it's going to collapse any second. It's like when something goes good, you're scared. Your system feels scared. It feels like it's under attack. When I say system, I'm talking about your nervous system, like your body. And so everything tightens up rather than releases. That is something that is coming through for me. And it might not resonate with everybody, but if that is the case, it's like your body just wants to feel free. Like your soul, your heart, it wants to believe that it can be safe again. But it's going to take some time and like learning and kind of unraveling of your past to be able to let this happen organically in time. But you guys might also be dealing with like an avoidant attachment style where you try to run away when things get too close. Maybe you have a fear of commitment. Maybe you have a fear of like stepping up to the plate. But in order to heal this, like, you need to face the very thing that you run away from so that you stop becoming more and more of the very thing you don't want to be anymore. Like, the more we run away from our demons, the more we run away from our shadows, the bigger the shadow gets. And the more we become it, actually, the more that shadow will engulf us in time. There's this weird thing here where it's like, it feels like this is about, remember when I said, like, it's weird how we got two tektites? Because they're two very different colors. One's bright and one's dark. There's something here about, like, think of, like, yin and yang energy. In order to make, like, a full yin and yang symbol, yin and yang, yin and yang, because technically that's how you pronounce them. There's some white in the black and some black in the white. Okay? There's not just full on black and there's not just full on white. There's this energy here of, like, being willing, in terms of the truth you're meant to hear right now, pile number 2, to embrace the experiences that you don't have a lot of, like, experience in general with yet. There's something here about loosening. I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it because I can't think of any other thing. This is what wants to come out. I'm going to trust source. Loosening up a little bit, releasing yourself out of the box. It needs to be released, or else you won't be able to actually be able to heal this, because you're still keeping yourself in this weird rigidity cycle. But it's all, like, you doing it to yourself. And there is also, like, this sense of, like, fear. Okay, so this is the other end of the stick. Like, if you're still in a relationship while you're listening to this, and this, the truth you're meant to hear. Another thing I'm picking up on is that in order for this relationship to be able to thrive in the healthiest way possible, you have to make sure that you're holding yourself accountable in this journey, because it is a new beginning. It's all very, very exciting. But at the same time, like, there's something here where you are meant to remember, like, what you're not trying to go back to, or like what I mean by what, I mean, like, who you're not trying to step back into again. Like, in terms of who, I'm talking about yourself, pile number 2, like, healing wise, self-growth wise, your personal history, your upbringing, your growth journey, who you've become up until this point. Like, you're not meant to revert back to old ways. There's something here where you are meant to be careful for that, or with that, when it comes to other people, when it comes to how you show up with yourself and other people's, in a relationship, in a friendship. There's something here where you're meant to, like, remember that you can have a very, very big heart, pile number 2, and you do, and I see it. It's here everywhere. But you can also have a very, very big heart for yourself. Because you can't just be one without the other, or else one side of the coin is going to be not, it's going to become depleted. And then it's going to become imbalanced. And then there's going to be another imbalance somewhere else because you're not feeding it right. And there's something here that is very important for you to know regarding everything I just said. Let me take a look at this again, because I feel like there is something I'm missing here. Because, like I said, you don't have to be in a full-on relationship for this message to resonate, my loves. Here, this can also be showing to me that there's something here with healing. And healing in the sense of releasing a weight on your shoulders. But it's weird, like, when it comes to how you release this weight on your shoulders, this definitely has to do with the connection of the past. This has to do with the trauma. This has to do with, like, you're holding on to an emotional memory, a specific emotional memory that has to do with a person and an experience in your life with somebody. This could have been a parent. This could be anybody of your past, okay? I just want to make that very clear. But whatever this is, it's been kind of running the show for quite a while now on how you show up, on how you do things. But you know this. I feel like some of the things I'm saying, like, if this is your pile, like, you get what I'm referring to, because you have done the work. And I can see that with the 8 of Pentacles here. But at the same time, when it comes to reaching or crossing a certain threshold, this wound, it stops you. It holds you back still. That threshold, you put that on yourself. You hold yourself back when you reach it. And I think it's because you're meant to trust more. Like, this has a lot to do with surrendering. Remember, I mentioned the waning crescent moon in the background. This is about surrendering. It's about recuperating and resting. And this is right before the moon is about to become a new moon again. So it's in its cycle releasing the full moon energy. this is where we're meant to kind of reflect and not obsess too much about the thoughts, not obsess too much about any intrusive thinking that comes up every once in a while. But at this point, it's taking over so bad that it's self-deception, it's self-betrayal, and it's shutting down like the seed. It's shutting it down when it's trying to grow. I'm going to obviously pull more cards here because I need to get more clarity and understand specifically like what this is. I want to see because I feel like I'm missing out on some important information. So let us get clarity on the Lover's card. I want to get a clarifying card for the Lover's card, please. For the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear. Ooh. Let me just make sure. Okay. What is a clarifying card for the Lovers? Okay, so we have 3 cards that came out here. Nope, 4. We have, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cards clarifying the Lovers here. So I think there's a reason for that, and we're going to honor it. And I think this is going to help me get clarity even more. With the back of the deck here again now being the Fairlight, which is Temperance in this deck. But the Fairlight, again, remember I was talking about the yin and yang. It's about marrying the black and the white. It's about marrying the opposites to find wholeness, alchemy. Let me see. Okay, so let's see what's clarifying the Lovers. We have the Lady, which is the Empress, sorry. My wording. We have the 9 of Pentacles, the King of Swords, the Tower, and the Princess of Pentacles. Okay, I think I'm understanding this now. The Princess of Pentacles, by the way, is the Page. Okay, some of you guys were focused on yourselves. You've been on a goal, a journey of just continuing to show up for you, continuing to heal, continuing to just do life. And a truth that you're meant to hear right now that's been trying to reach you, pile number 2, has a lot to do with the idea of like finding your wholeness. I don't know if you have your own personal definition of what feeling whole, feeling complete means to you. What personal freedom, like reaching your definition of freedom may mean to you, pile number 2. But that definition, it has a lot to do with security. And I feel like for everyone, it does. You know what I mean? That makes sense to me. But specifically, you have already grown enough, or you were able to grow enough on your own. Like there's something here about like you've been able to do all the growing that you could possibly do. Being alone or like not meeting this person. There's something here. There's somebody here. There was an experience that with unexpected income, like there's something here that kind of jolted something in the middle, and now it's making you paranoid to move forward or like pursue it or like do something with this. When in reality, like this is something that was part of your path to help you continuing to grow, to help you continuing to move forward. And this is the next step in your healing journey. There's something here where you're meant to understand that with this 10 of Swords, there is an ending on how things used to be in your life, but this also means that this is a brand new beginning for a new thing to come through. You have already learned how to find your wholeness. Now I think I understand, and now I know why. I keep literally saying the word wholeness over and over and over freaking again in your reading. It's because you've been in this journey trying to find that for yourself. And what I mean by that, like I'm serious. You know, a lot of readers, we can say that everyone's on their journey trying to find themselves. No, it feels like you actually like try to take the time, and it's because of some experience that happened in your past that made you want to like do this for yourself. But now something came in and kind of threw things up in the air. It threw you off guard, and it's a little bit confusing. But here's the thing. It came because you got yourself to the frequency through your healing journey, through this growth process, through you focusing on yourself, pile number 2, this journey you've been on. You have been able to get yourself to the right energy to go into the next phase of it, basically, is what I'm trying to say. With this King of Swords here, there's this energy here that's coming through of like reaching a personal like milestone when it comes to how you're able to like handle yourself, if that makes sense, or like how you make decisions on how you're able to kind of protect your mental health. There's something here about I don't know if you used to deal with it. I'm not a doctor, by the way, disclaimer. There's something here where you may used to struggle a lot with like your mental health, intrusive thinking, or like impulsivity, doing things like having a behavior like a self-sabotaging tendency maybe that had to do with fear of abandonment or fear of rejection or fear of commitment. But here's the thing though, like I'm even saying that now, I think this has more to do with fear of rejection or abandonment or something like that. Visibility maybe. Because now the next level is fear of intimacy and fear of commitment, because it took so long for you to get here. But in order to keep progressing, in order to keep growing, like there is a part in this journey where you're meant to be the student all over again, and you need to be okay with that. It's hard though. You know, it's hard when we need to face that knowing, when this is the very thing that we work so flipping hard to reach. So it's like we want to believe and know that we're able to stay in that energy for the rest of our lives moving forward. That inner knowing, that like, yeah, like that inner mastery level, you know what I mean? Where you feel like, yes, I succeeded something, I'm a champ, I'm a boss at this. But then you have the next thing, the next step, the next block you got to add to the tower you're building. And this block is unknown terrain, it's unknown material. You've never worked with it before. It's hard. It gets scary there because you don't know if you can show up the way you've been showing up with this new material you now have to work with. That's the energy I keep picking up on. And I know I'm very metaphorical, but I feel like it helps you guys be able to plug it in better to your own situation. But that's what I keep sensing. It's created a stall. And the biggest thing here you need to know is that in order to move forward, the very thing you fear you must face. And you have to be willing to take the chance. You have to be willing to look at it in that perspective. Because with this 10 of Cups up right here, this rainbow looks just like the Fairy Lights rainbow. And this is giving me the idea of, you know, in order to make a rainbow, right? We need some sunlight, we need the reflection through the rain, and then it creates the rainbow. We need rain to make a rainbow. We can't have a rainbow without rain. There's this idea here with, and also there's like, I think I've seen this as rain droplets. I don't know if you noticed, there's like rain droplets on your significator card. But this Ingwaz rune, something is trying to create, and this was all things that needed to be created because you weren't meant to stay in this state forever. And I know it sucks because you made so much of yourself, like you've done so much, you feel like a leader, you feel complete, but this is the next stage. But the next stage is scary. You're meant to be willing to explore it though. You're meant to be willing to study it. You're meant to stay curious. And this is where you gotta watch out for yourself the most so that you don't make a misstep here. The biggest trick to this is energy exchange. You gave too much of yourself in the past. That was the issue because you didn't get anything in return that even was close to equaling out all the effort you did. Does that make sense? That's not going to happen again if you make sure it doesn't happen again and you set those boundaries. Let me see if I can get one more clarifying energy here with this Tantric Journey card, and then we're going to move into the next part of this reading. I wasn't expecting it to be very like this, but let's see. What can you give me a clarifying card for Tantric Journey, please? What is the Tantric Journey about in terms of the truth that pile number 2 is meant to hear right now? Okay, so this is interesting. This card, I don't know if you were able to see it because my camera that way, not close enough to me. Oh, what's the back of the deck here? We have 6 of Pentacles. Oh my God. Okay, thank you, Source. Gave me confirmation. I kept staring at this 4 and 2, adding to 6, and I kept thinking about 6 of Pentacles, and I kept hearing in my head reciprocity, but I was like, why am I feeling that? This might not make sense yet. We'll put it together. But underneath it is the 10 of Wands and then the 4 of Swords, 4 of Wands. So you're aware, like you know that in order to have the things that you want, and I feel like deep down, like you want to have this, but it's blockaded by the fears.
because of how much you had to go through to get to the state that you were in before. It's just that perhaps it just feels like it's a little too much. This could even be you waking up to the fact that you're now realizing that this is what you deserve. And maybe you've been on a journey in a relationship right now and of like finding your wholeness. And then now you're like, I don't think I want this anymore because I haven't been getting it. You know, there's so many different things that could be coming up. Or this could be you in a relationship, you've been doing all of this, and then the person in the relationship has brought something up to you that has thrown you off guard because now it's something that you think you have to work on, but you're unsure how to move forward because it's also new and scary to you. But let's see, I asked for clarity with the tantric journey. So we got strength coming out again. This card literally flew out, and then we got rebirth with it. So this is judgment and the strength card. All right, and we have this bunny, and I saw another bunny here with the Queen of Pentacles. I'm just observing. Yeah. It's with the rebirth, this is your time to move forward. And this is your time to take that step, to take that leap of faith for yourself. And you know that this is only taking you another step closer, but I feel like this is like the ultimate step. I don't think it's just a step closer. This is taking you like 1,000 steps closer, dude. Like, wow. Okay. Honestly, I'm going to hold it here. I'm going to honor it because I think that with the Six of Pentacles, this is just keeps confirming to me like this is about energy exchange. This is about like how you show up. You're going to make sure that you don't give in or let things become one-sided. You're going to be self-aware enough to handle it. There's a big fear here where you think that you're incapable of it, but you're going to be okay. This might not even have to do with a relationship. This can be about like you having an opportunity career-wise. And now you're like, you built something in your career and your journey with career. Maybe it's a project, an endeavor of some kind. And you're like, oh my God, I feel like I'm finally like getting the hang of this, but now there's a new thing that's coming in and you don't know how to handle it because this is new. This is a different energy to your career. Like it's a different side to it that you never explored before, but this is the next step in the journey to help you get to the next level of it. Does that make sense? And this is like you're meant to do it and you're capable of it. This is what you've been trained to do this entire time. And what I mean by trained, it feels like Source put you through kind of like a hurdle or like an obstacle course. And maybe this last year, maybe the last, I'm hearing 3 years or 4 years. I don't know why that's coming up in my head. It's just been an SHIT show in the sense, or not even a shit show entirely, but like a windstorm of just like so many different things. And it feels like mayhem in a way, wreaking havoc on you because you've been trying to handle things for yourself internally, trying to pull back on things when you know all you want to do is just rev it up or like run, charge it, strike at it. And then having to do that alongside trying to balance things in your outer world, like your material world. There's something here where you've had to go through that. Like a tornado is what I'm picturing the last 3 to 4 years. And now like things are finally settling down. It just feels that this has come up and it's saying you're ready to level up again. And you're a little bit frazzled. Like you don't know how to take it because you've just done so much already. And you've already had to learn how to take back your power so many different times in so many different scenarios and situations already that it's like you're afraid to put yourself in a position like that again where things might happen like that all over again. But the thing is that you're like, you don't know this experience and that's okay. You have to be willing to learn it like you're in the student mindset because to be a forever student, when you're a forever student, you're accepting the fact that you're never going to be a master. But that is more wise than telling yourself, I'm going to become a master at this. There's just no way. We're all human and we're all constantly learning. And it's like you need to give yourself grace to say like, I know I'm going to be able to handle it because I love myself enough and I've gone through enough SHIT in my life to be able to handle this. But you need to be able to show up and keep telling yourself that whenever the inner critic tries to come through, because it's been trying to come through pretty heavy with this Knight of Wands in reverse. But I know that this wants to get turned up.
So that's just something to keep in mind in terms of the truth you're meant to hear, my love. You're meant to become a main character when it comes to, like, when I see main female, this isn't giving me the energy fully of like charge, like take action of some kind. This is giving me the energy of like opening up, surrendering, like being willing to like embrace a process of some kind, being willing to stay open to it, to let your heart out and open and be a little bit bare, because you're realizing that your vulnerability is your greatest strength. Even though you're still in this process of learning that and accepting that to be your truth, it's still, that's the fact. You've always had this skill. It's just that you had to learn how to set it up in a way where it works for this human world and the human limits, I guess you can say, because not everyone's going to think the same way. And that's why I guess I said like Pleiadian energy, starseed energy, because it really does feel like you guys are true beings of unconditional love. You don't like cruelty, you don't like pain, you don't like seeing that stuff happen. It hurts your heart, literally. But I guess that could also be why you're so scared of your heart getting hurt, because of how big it's always been. But I'm just telling you, like, you're healing. And through this, to give yourself more ability to continue growing and evolving, you need to embrace this process too, this next step too. This is the step you're meant to take. It's happening for a reason. This is your rebirth. Remember the collective back of the deck energy. This is your rebirth, fate, chance, and rebirth. All right. So let us now, I feel like I'm good here. We're going to move into the next part of this reading, which is where we're going to be exploring why this truth is hard to face for you, okay? So I'm going to leave my cards as they are. We're just going to kind of layer everything up on top of each other. So we did get more back of the deck energies here. And for my yin yang deck, you guys received autumn and harvest as the first back of the deck, in terms of why this truth is hard to face. And then we also have, interesting, with my shadow work deck, I wanted to become back of the deck as well. We have depression. This too shall pass. Every storm brings a rainbow. Sadness, hopelessness, and despair. Okay, anyone that did feel drawn to pile 1 and pile 2, something that just popped into my head. For those that didn't feel drawn to both and just pile 2, stay here. Those who felt drawn to pile 1, I am hearing that you should stop this reading. This is everything you are meant to hear in this part, and just go straight into pile number 1. And you're going to be able to plug it in even more deeper, okay? But if that's not the case for you, then ignore what I said and we'll continue on. We also have sadness, hopelessness, I think I said that already, and despair. This too shall pass. Every storm brings a rainbow. I was just talking about that. Okay. This could even be like you had to learn the hard way. And you did, but this is the hard way now. Like, you're in it. You chose a longer route. You chose a journey that felt more authentic to you. But in choosing that, you're learning more. And this is the next step in the learning. Like, you're still on the journey. That's what's making it hard. It doesn't mean that it's a fail, though, is what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, next up for back of the deck energies. I don't know what the word Casanova means, but you did receive my past life deck, the term Casanova. I only look at the words that are facing up. So you got Casanova. I need to look up what that means, though. I actually want to know so we can get more specifics here. So give me 1 second. So I'm asking my mana cha-cha-pate. Let's see. Casanova means a man who is very charming and has many romantic or sexual relationships, often implying he is a seducer, womanizer, or playboy. So if someone calls a man a Casanova, they usually mean he is charismatic. He is charismatic in romance and often pursues many partners. Okay. So this could have also been that as well, giving too much of yourself, and now you're also realizing the truth. So like I said, there's so many different ways that this could be implied, and it's like you don't realize it, but this is like the very gift that's getting you out of this. So, you know, that's just something to keep in mind
We have 2 yin yangs. These are the cards we're going to be revealing. I'm just trying to see. Oh, we have one more back of the deck here. And it is with my essential oils deck, detoxification with the keyword cleansing. Trigger statement, I will never change. True statement, in each moment, I am a new me. You are supported as you release habits and limiting patterns that are not serving your highest good. Beautiful. Okay. So, where are we going? Let's do this. We have these cards, and then I remember with the past life cards yesterday, these cards all like flew out separately. So I'm just trying to get the piles. We have exposed. I actually remember exposed landed on the Ingwaz rune like this, in terms of why this truth is hard to face. And then we also got these 3 cards landing on top of each other. I'm trying to remember which way this landed. Okay, I don't remember, but okay, I'm just gonna honor it. We have trauma, poverty, faith, ethical religion, love, abandonment, identity, devotee, or follower. And then we also have fame or recognition, position of authority, the word power, and I can't say this word, but a bus of power. And then we have love, non-possessive, faith, magic-based, identity, adult, female, and then time frame, Neolithic revolution. So let me place that here. Wait, where did I go? Oh, I said adult. Did I say adult female? Okay, because that's what I meant. Fame or recognition, power, abandonment, devotee. Okay. And then we also got these 2 past life cards that landed on top of each other. Oh, interesting. So we have star-crossed love, adult male. So we got adult female and adult male. And then love possessive, but this is love non-possessive. Okay, with star-crossed love. Interesting. All right, let's keep going. Next up, for a shadow card, we have neglect. Tend to your inner garden, and it will flourish, with the words disregard, overlook, and forgetfulness. We have forming, structure, and solid foundation. And then we have confusion, Neptune, and illusions. And then for an essential oils card, you guys have Melaleuca, maybe? With the keyword being evolution, trigger statement, things will never change. True statement, I attract only what is for my highest good. The imbalances and relationships that have been keeping you down are no longer needed. You are ready to transform. Okay. Exposed. This is so interesting because the color here matches the Libyan gold tektite. And this is about moving forward. And you just got a new perspective. Okay, so again, there is a new beginning. I just wanted to flip it for a reminder. This new beginning got exposed to you in a way that hurts, in a way that stings, okay? That's one of the reasons why this truth has been hard to face, because it's hard to see the positives right now when you feel like you are still in a negative. And so there's a big energy here for you to remember that even though the way that this unraveled the way it did, you're getting to reconnect to your truth and put yourself first now. And if that's the case, pile number 2, so be it, because you've already been on this journey to start. Remember what I said earlier. It feels like you've been on this journey of trying to understand and like find wholeness in yourself. If you're in that state now where you feel like you're having to level up in that regard, like find wholeness even more, then that is one of the reasons why this truth has been hard to face, because it's hard to like understand it's hard to acknowledge something as truth when we've already gone through so much, we don't want to have to go through more. And I get that, but that also builds your resilience.
And it shows you that you are capable of all these things. With that as well, I just got another thing coming through in my head on why this truth is hard to face. And I don't know if it's going to resonate with everybody that chose this pile. But the idea that I'm picking up on is like another reason why this truth is hard to face is because perhaps something that has happened in the past got exposed and you weren't like expecting it to happen that way. And it might have to do with a fear of commitment, maybe a cheating incident by accident that may have happened, but it's like weird. You did it when things felt secure because you weren't used to what security actually, like, you thought security meant danger. Your body did. And that's why I'm saying like there's a weird disconnect, but they're all belong in the same place. And I think maybe this could be like the mind and the heart. There's some weird things aren't clicking or working with each other. They're not communicating in the way they should. There's too many assuming. There's too much assumptions. There's a strong filter through you, pile number 2, that is sifting through information in the real world, and it's choosing what to listen to and see as fact and what not to see as fact and just dismiss entirely. But that's creating a little bit of havoc because now it's like jumping to conclusions. We have to control that. One of the reasons why this truth has been hard to face could have been because it felt like that all got like this whole journey you've been on internally, it was personal. But now that all got like revealed of some kind, it's scary because now you have to like move forward. Or this could have even been like someone of the past, you found out that they were cheating on you. Regardless though, it's like it's triggering and bringing up a lot of personal traumas, and you're meant to take this next step as like a way to continue to move forward from it. This is like could have also been like somebody of the past as well, like somebody from the past like triggering this, and it's scary because you're learning how not to be that way anymore and how not to let things happen that way anymore. You never wanted to believe that this was happening to you. You never wanted to acknowledge that this was the truth. And maybe that's why, like with Piscean energy with the Hanged Man, Sagittarius is like the sign of going and like movement. Remember I was talking about it earlier, but Pisces is like sitting in the stillness of the truth and like letting that be with you in silence a little bit. But with Neptune here, it's like I feel like you're torn between choosing something, pile number 2. You're torn between choosing yourself or this like make believe reality that isn't the case here. And it's all like protection mechanisms that your brain's doing to yourself to make you feel okay and complete. And maybe that's all a facade. Maybe that's why I also kept bringing up wholeness so much, because there is confusion here. But this could also be because you're not used to this newness. Remember I was talking about like this could be a new opportunity for something and you're meant to like embrace it. But another reason why this could be hard to face is because of how hurtful something happened in the past that your brain keeps kind of pinging back to, saying like this can happen again, but it could get worse because you don't want it to happen again. You're really, really scared of that. But the thing is that you were never going to know if you don't try. And remember, I attract only what is for my highest good. You're in a state of evolution. The imbalances and relationships that have been keeping you down are no longer needed. You are ready to transform. And you know that now. You're hearing it. You're listening to it. You are supported as you release habits and limiting patterns that are not serving your highest good. In each moment, I am a new me. You're cleansing. This is where things are getting hard. You know, autumn, this is where change, this is the time of change. You had a bunch of number 5 starting up where you're reading. And interestingly enough, a lot of people for autumn, they celebrate it as a time of harvest. That is the time of a full moon energy, right? But what if you were on a self-growth journey and this was the next step in your self-growth journey? And it's hard to see it that way because it feels like they're two very completely different situations. And that's valid. And maybe some of you guys want to punch me through the screen because I'm saying it like that. What I'm noticing and keep picking up on, though, is that this keeps bringing us back to the beginning. And I don't know if you noticed that in the way that I've been diving into everything. It just seems like what keeps coming back to show us is that this is all leading you to the thing that you've always wanted. And maybe it's not leading you exactly how you wanted it to turn out because we can't control all the specifics, pile number 2. But there are things that we can choose to control, and it's how we react to it and how we choose to move forward, and how we're willing to show up. This is where you're meant to show up for yourself. And start saying no to things that don't work out for you anymore. And listen to your inner body's no's. Does that make sense? Like no, N-O, no's, okay? Listen to your inner body when it wants to say no to something. And you'll be able to tell the difference. Like you can tell when something feels right for you because it feels like more relief. There's less weight on your shoulders, but you'll know it's a no, an inner no, when it feels heavy. It feels hard to agree to something. It's hard to move forward. It feels like there's more weight stuck on your legs or you're walking through sand. You know what I mean? You can feel those things and you're going to get to start to notice that more, but it's through taking off the rose-tinted glasses that's going to help you get closer to that understanding and marry yourself more and more and more each day. But now let us move forward and add my transparent tarot into the mix here, loves. And we're going to be doing that by diving into what it has been costing you. So what this truth, not seeing it, not acknowledging it, not embracing it, has been costing you. So we have here my transparent tarot. So we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 cards in total. And I'm going to have to move these 2 cards just so you guys can see the cards here in general. Okay, let's do this, fame and recognition. There we go. Okay. So, oh, and then we also got back of the deck energy. And these are 5 cards, I believe, wanted to become the back of the deck. So we have 2 knights here. It's the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Wands. Yes? Let me just make sure. No, I said that wrong. So we have the Knight of Wands. No, the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Swords. We have 2 pages. We have the Page of Pentacles and the Page of Cups. Oh, interesting. So we have a Page of Cups and we also have a Knight of Cups. So, and the Knight of Wands. Okay, now I'm understanding this. See? And then before the Knight was in reverse. It's like, you know that this feels good, but it feels also very scary and terrifying because the 10 of Wands is coming up again. And we have a lot of 10s coming through here. 10, 10, 10 may be of significance to you, my loves. This feels like it's a burden. Okay, this feels like this new beginning, it wasn't asked for. You know what I mean? When in reality, it was this entire time. You were asking for it. You just didn't realize it. And you're getting an opportunity to be able to do just that and prove to all the wounded versions of you that you got their back. You've always had your own back and that you're able to go through this. You're able to trust and you're able to show up in the way that you guys all rightfully deserve together. Let's see here though, because I am curious and we're going to keep going. So what has this truth been costing you guys? First up, we have the, I don't think you're able to see it here. We have the Queen of Swords. Layering on top of it, we have the 7 of Swords. So what has this truth been costing you? And then we're going to be putting 2 cards on top of each other straight through. All right, let me just make sure these are all stacked. Next up, we have the 6 of Cups. I just want to make sure you guys can see it. 6 of Cups and the Justice card right here. I don't know why I'm hearing fight fire with fire, but like that's not how you're supposed to do this. And now I think I get why I was getting the 5 of Wands before, because it's like there's a part of you that really wants to do that right now for some reason, for part of the situation. Let me know in the comments down below if you pick this pile, guys, because I don't know if you can tell that my brain is going all over the freaking place with this reading. It really feels like there is a lot of stuff going on right now. Like as I upload this video, maybe there has been a lot of chaos. And next up we have the 4 of Swords
And then clarifying it further is the World card. And then lastly, let me just get this. We have the Seven of Wands with the Moon. Why do I feel like you have been gaslighting yourself? Like, you're jumping to conclusions way too fast. And we got sevens here that are ending the reading, which is interesting. Like, a seven starts it, a seven ends it. So sevens may also be of importance. And sevens, they are about like research. They're also about like trusting spiritual growth. But the seven coming up like this, the thing that this truth has been costing you is your ability to just, like I said, surrender. The fact that you have the Four of Swords here and it's being clarified with the World together, this is instantly giving me like the idea here that you never knew how to stop fighting. You maybe had to fight for your whole life for something, or just fight to be here, to stay alive, fight to just keep going. But you're not meant to fight, at least here. There's this weird energy here of safety that I keep sensing. And now I get why I kept sensing caution earlier, because the caution that you had to be careful with was how you're going to show up. There is a very strong fear of commitment that keeps coming through. And I don't know if that has to do with a person or towards a dream, towards yourself, committing to yourself perhaps. But it's coming from a place of like how much you used to give in the past. And it's like, I understand that. And I guess, I hope you guys get why I'm so tongue-tied with your reading. Because it really feels like it's it's the same thing, but they're different versions of the same thing, with the two tektites. And this one feels lighter, but you don't know if you can trust it because of how much you had to build your walls up to protect yourself in general. But like, this is showing you how to make your walls stay there, but soften them just enough to let the right people in, or the right things, the right growth moments in, the right opportunities in. And that it's been like this truth, like not listening to it, not hearing it, it's been costing you that opportunity to learn the next step to this, to learn the next step to softening those walls so that you can keep leveling up and moving forward. And you've been kind of letting your subconscious run the show because of that emotional memory, because of this thing that you've been holding on to so tight that you don't want to happen all over again. It doesn't need to happen all over again, but it's still controlling you. And you think that just by staying in like a box, it's gonna protect you from it, but it's what made you create the box to start with. So how is it protecting you from? Does that make sense? So that is like understandable. That I understand. But like at the same time, in order to go through any sort of innovation in life, like we get scared at first. Like it's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be weird. It's not going to be normal. But we need to embrace that discomfort, because eventually that discomfort becomes familiarity, and the familiarity feels common. And then when it feels common, it feels safe. That's what wants to unravel here. But if you keep letting your guard stay up, feel like you have to constantly fight something 24/7, then you're not going to be able to go to that next phase. It wants to come through, but it's you not listening to it has been costing you that opportunity for it. So that's just something to keep in mind, because the scales are trying to balance in your favor, pile number 2. But if you keep trying to pull back every time there's something new trying to come through, then it can't balance itself, and you can't feel like you're finding that harmony, that integration with the temperance that we had earlier as well. Like, the leaves are always going to change, and they're going to die, and then they're going to come right back. And there's a cycle here that wants to be fulfilled. And maybe you thought it was just supposed to run a couple of times around, love, but there's never an end. And this opportunity, it's getting you exactly where you want to be, but in time. And this is part of the journey that you need to embrace. But it's been costing you the ability to do it. So this is what you need to do. Okay, so let us now see what happens and what changes in your life, in your outer world, as well as your inner world, when you begin to fully and finally embrace this truth. Okay, loves? So in order to do that, I am I've already gotten it out. And I don't know if you noticed how many times the strength card has come through in your reading. I think it came through 2 times already. It came through upright and it came through in reverse earlier. But the back of the deck here with the next and final tarot deck that we're using for this reading today is strength. And under it we have the 5 of Wands again, but with the Ace of Swords and the 7 of Pentacles. So it's like I said, there is an old, like this could even be like an old pattern that keeps trying to like come back in to play, and it doesn't serve anything anymore. And you know this. You have the ability, you have the courage, you have this fire in you that's going to let you be able to overcome it. Pile number 2. But you need to fight that inner impulsivity first and acknowledge the truth of the situation is that this is a safe thing and that you can keep on building strong and balance so that you can get to your inner peace and feel like you're aligned with your true authentic self again, and your integrity, you're aligned with that again. So here we go with that. We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, this one wants to start the reading. So we're going to place everything like this. What changes when you embrace it? And then we also got a significator card here. And then we also have tea leaf cards and an embracing the shadows card that did come out as well. And then a final back of the deck before we just have at it. You guys also received abandonment's echo. Recognize where feelings of rejection stem from. Trust that you are never truly alone. This could even be like someone rejecting you and, you know, or something of the past where there was rejection is what's triggering this and what's making it so hard to release. You know, there's a lot of things that this could be. So I'm just trying to get the cards here. Like I said, I do layer, so you better have been taking notes, guys. All right, before we reveal all of this, let us look at the significator card here. That's like the overlying theme. We have for what changes. Again, the Knight of Wands. You got the Knight of Wands coming through 3 times. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you're meant to push through it. You had the Knight of Wands at the end. So let's place that here. What changes when you embrace this truth? Let us put the tarot out first. First up, we have the 6 of Swords. Next up, the Page of Wands. Again, the Page of Wands has come through, I think, like 4 times for you already. The 8 of Pentacles coming out again. And I feel like this wants to go straight through, so we're just going to read it straight across. The Hanged Man has come through again. We have the King of Swords coming through again. And then lastly, again, we have the Empress. Okay, we're going to put around at the tea leaves that came out for you, my loves, along with the Embracing the Shadows card. So first up for Embracing the Shadows, we have your inner light. Even in the depths of shadow, your soul remains luminous. Never lose sight of it. That's what I'm saying. This is beautiful. Actually, let's place that. Yeah, let's leave it here. Okay. Next up, for the tea leaf cards, we have Sunrise, new creative ideas, new ventures, a fresh start. Next up, we have Casket, someone going out of your life or the end of a situation. For a new beginning to come, there must be the end of another. Next up, we have Torch, spiritual development, enlightenment, awareness, and understanding. Ooh. And then we have Desk, pay attention to your work.
And lastly, Lion. Time to act. There is so many things that I can say here in terms of what changes when you embrace this truth. But the first thing that I want to start with, moving forward, it's scary and it's hard. To be able to continue to push through, persevere, to show up with the mindset of a beginner, you know what I mean? But still willing to put in the work, like in the way that you've been consistently, even though this is new. And it is scary. And it's gonna feel like you're gonna have to get the hang of it or like figure things out a little bit on the way, which is what you're in right now. Like you've been on this journey trying to understand it. You're gonna get it down though. And you're gonna feel like you're mastering your ability to like, I guess, I don't wanna say control yourself because I don't like that wording. I just genuinely cannot think of a better way to word it right now. There's something here where you're like gonna be able to overcome, like when you embrace this truth, pile number 2, all the things that you have been proud of to this point since you're watching this video, like up until now, like if you reflect back on your life and the things that you know you've overcome and like you're still here standing, you know what I mean? All those things had skills and like tools and things that you like created and acquired through those experiences, no matter how painful or like tricky they were, exhausting they were, like you acquired skills and tools and like abilities through those things. You're going to be able to show to yourself, like, I can still continue to use those tools to my advantage. And in this situation, the thing that changes when you embrace this truth is you're going to be able to use it to your advantage to continue to go get what it is that you want. It's like you're activating inside you this ability to just let go, surrender. And again, you know, main female energy is pure Empress energy. It's aligning with the inner feminine and it's allowing yourself to release the need to try to control every little thing out of the fears. And what changes is your ability to start doing just that so that everything else gets to start like moving forward. And you're going to get to start like, I guess you can say, I'm going to get a clarifier because I don't know. There's like a word that wants to come out of my mouth, but it feels like it's struggling to. Give me a clarifier for this Empress. Okay, so back at the deck here is the Seven of Cups. Like new possibilities, things are opening up for you. And then here we have the Ten of Pentacles upright with the Two of Wands kind of influence. It's like the influential energy surrounding the Ten of Pentacles. It's like you're going to get to continue moving forward. Exactly like I said, getting to your dream goals. King of Pentacles, you're going to feel like you're mastering your dream goals. And then with the Queen of Cups, the goal, it has a lot to do with healing. Like in order to get to your goal, pile number 2, you need to heal your emotional world. And this experience, this thing that felt like a tower moment in the middle, you're gonna get to like, okay, these are all the cards that fell out, but I'm going to trust in source. This experience, the thing that scares you, the thing that had to do with the truth you're meant to hear right now, pile number 2, it's the very thing that helps you heal so much, so to the point where you're going to be able to carry the rest of the things that you deserve and that you've always envisioned in having. But it's only through this experience, because there is a lot of different desires and things that you do want, and Source acknowledges it. But in order to get there, you need to be willing to put down this mask, this pride, this ego, this need to like be right. There's something here about self-sabotage, and that kept coming through, right? Self-sabotaging tendencies, a bad habit. In order for you to move forward, you have to release that fear, that protective mechanism in you that's always trying to like fight. But it's all from like a past thing. This might have to do, like, you might have been cheated on in the past. There might have been a pain. You might have seen that happen growing up in your upbringing between your parents or something like that. This needs to get let go of, because that's the illusion that's holding you back from true happiness. You're going to realize that you're going to be able to have it all, but it's a matter of moving forward. Now, adding into this, to add more depth into this Empress energy for what changes when you embrace this truth, pile number 2, you got the Devil card in reverse with the World, the Nine of Wands, the Knight of Pentacles, Strength, Ten of Swords, and the Ace of Pentacles. Hold on. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'm going to honor it the way Source is telling me to do this.
Okay, yes, yes, okay. So this is, okay. I'm sorry if this looks a little bit confusing, guys. The devil is in reverse. It's being clarified by strength, though, because you're able to break away. Now I understand it. The Nine of Wands is being clarified by the Ten of Swords because you know you've gone through SHIT. You're tired. You don't want to go through more. But here's the thing. What changes when you embrace this truth that you're finally going to recognize it as this is the opportunity, not a negative. This isn't a negative. This never was a negative. It just feels that way because there's a fear. There's an old habit that's trying to pull you back. You're going to get to move forward. You're going to get to feel like you're striving towards the very things you've always wanted. And it's going to feel like you're actually taking real tangible steps because you're putting yourself in the real life situation to go grab it instead of just envisioning it and daydreaming it. That might have been things that you have done in the past. Like you might have asked yourself, like, what would happen if I was in the situation now? Like, what would happen if I was put here? Now is the time to get to put yourself in it and show to yourself what you're going to do. You know what I mean? Now you have that opportunity and you're going to be able to prove to yourself that this is all possible, that you can have both is what I'm hearing. I don't know if like you thought that you can't have both of something in your life. Like you have to sacrifice one thing. Maybe that's why I was also channeling the energy of like martyrdom earlier, but this isn't the case, pile number 2. Like you're going to get to prove yourself wrong in like the best of ways. That's going to feel so healing to your soul. And it's going to feel like your mind and your heart are going to get to finally befriend each other and work with each other rather than against each other, because it feels like they've been battling like head on back and forth like crazy for the longest time now. And now you're going to get to show like to yourself like, hey, I can have both and or have it all. I'm hearing I can have it all. But I did say both earlier, so I wanted to say both. But I am hearing, hey, I can have it all. So that's something that is going to get to shift once you begin embracing this truth. You're going to get to prove to yourself. And there is so much success around the corner. But you need to give yourself the opportunity to just try. If you don't try, you know, this inner light of yours, it's not going to get to see the what's the word? The time of day. It's not going to be able to see the time of day, because you're not giving it the time of day to show to yourself that you're capable of holding your truth and still do this thing. Does that make sense? Show it to yourself, and you're able to, you're going to show it to yourself, but it's a matter of when you do, you know, when you do embrace this truth. So with that, my beautiful souls, we are finally going to move in to your final messages from your higher self as well as from source. I did already get the card out for you yesterday when I was preparing for your reading. This reading was by far the most intriguing reading I've done with this topic. I didn't expect to pull out this many cards, but Source has a way of doing things, and I just let it, I'm just along for the ride, you know what I mean? So with this, we're going to be revealing in my higher self booklet the meaning of this card and what it's telling you in terms of your final message. But before we do that, I did feel called to show you the back of the deck as well, which is pause. And we're going to be shuffling to get out a soul truth self-awareness card for you to walk away with in case you feel called to explore this stuff further to help you further embrace this truth as you move forward. All right, my loves. So let us just get those cards out first, and then we'll explore everything together. What are the cards meant for pile number 2? What are the cards meant for pile number 2? Okay, so we got 4. Geez Louise. I'm hearing this wants to be seen too. Am I communicating my needs? This is actually what I'm picking up on. Like, this could be something that's going to help you be able to honor and have like everything you want. So just write this down. I do highly recommend that you like reflect on it. This might not even be like, oh, you're not doing it enough, but a matter of like showing you like boundaries. You can have like healthy boundaries and still be in a good relationship or friendship or connection or whatever the situation is. Or in work, the work you want to do. I don't know what it is. Let me know in the comments down below if you feel called to share. But I'm just going to leave this here actually in case it does resonate. Let's go here. So we got, what, 4 self-awareness cards coming through. All right. So before we do this and reveal the higher self, let's read the self-awareness cards that came through first. So we have, if I had a magic wand and could have anything I desired in life, what would I choose? I've never seen this card, and I've used this deck for so many years, personally and through my videos, so let's see what it says. And by the way, please pause the video as many times as you need to. Pause it to write down the questions. I do highly recommend this for you, because I feel like with this, you're gonna have to really like ground yourself first before you begin. And I think that's why pause came up in the back of the deck here to finish off your reading for the final messages. So let's read it. And again, please pause. I do encourage you to take notes. Burn with desire. There is power in your desires. Let them be your fuel today. Your desires are your soul's wings, and it's time to take flight. Today's soul action. Today, go inward. Your answers lie within. What do you desire? Choose what makes you happy and do that. Listen to your heart. There's a fear here of that, with that. So there we go. Next up, we have, am I ready to let go of this buried shame? The feeling of shame is the lowest energy frequency there is. When you live in shame, you live in darkness. What part of you is ready to stand in the light? Is there any shame from a past experience that is ready to be healed? Today's soul action. Heal the shame by giving it a name. Bring it to the light and let it be seen, heard, and healed. It's revival season. Replace the shame with your soul's truth. Fill in the blank. My soul's truth is blank. Guys, screenshot this. Please take notes. Again, I'm going to keep saying it because it's important, and I really feel like this is going to help. For the next question, second to last one. What boundaries need to be created or strengthened within my relationships? To create more healthy boundaries, we must first get in tune with our own needs, desires, and feelings, and believe we are worthy of them. In your relationships, it is essential to know where they end and where you begin. Today's soul action. When we separate our energy from others, we gain clarity about what we really want. Then we stop doing things that no longer align with ourselves. If you are an empath, I was sensing that, you can still be compassionate toward others without taking on their stuff. It is safe to trust that you are not here to fix anyone. Today's mantra, I have everything I need within me now, and so do they. I am worthy of my needs, and I set boundaries based on what is best for me. Yes, this is beautiful. And the final card here. How can I be more kind to myself and offer more grace in this very moment? Growing our self-love is medicine to this world's broken heart. When you heal, we all heal. When you give yourself more grace, you are able to give the world more grace. Today's soul action. Look at yourself with a grace filter. You are meant to be in this moment of your life. Release the inner critic and fill in that hole with your soul's truth, that you are infinite, you are loved, and you are already there. This is all like so spot on with everything we dived into. Before I reveal this, pile number 2, in case this is something that you do feel interested in or you would like to explore further down the road, I do wanted to let you know that I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing, and I am currently accepting one-on-one clients. If that is something you're interested in, or even to try me out, I am offering personal soul guidance readings right now. If you do scroll to the description box down below here, you're going to find a link to that says that soul immersion readings is what I call them. So if that's something that you are curious and exploring to get like a taste of what it could be like to do something with me down the road, feel free to click that link and you can sign up to get a reading with me. Okay, my loves? So I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. I just wanted to say that. I work one-on-one with clients to help them release self-sabotaging tendencies that are holding them back from being able to step into the most healed, oriented versions of themselves in order to be able to align themselves with the life that they've always wanted. And in order to do that, I move through a pace that is tailored to the client. So it's a capacity-based work, one-on-one work, and they're all virtual. And if that is something that you think would be interesting to learn more about, you are also more than welcome to schedule a free soul clarity call with me where we just kind of go and explore together, like if this is something that you have been interested in the past, doing one-on-one work for healing services. We can talk there and we can see if like any of my offerings that I do offer at the moment are a good fit for your journey, and we can figure something out, okay? So just wanted to put that out there. If that is something that you are interested in, I am open and I would love to connect with you one-on-one in that way, my loves, okay? So to finish up this reading, let us see this card. Failure. And we're going to see the meaning here together. So let us see. There we go. Okay. This card comes to you today because you are either currently enmeshed in a situation where you are afraid of failing, or you've experienced delays or impediments to success. The modern world tends to commend success rather than highlight the complex journey and individual experiences en route to achievement. This journey often includes sacrifice, failure, disappointment, persistence, hard work, dedication, and discipline. Why does failure occur? Failure provides a deeper understanding of life. This experience offers an opportunity to reflect on our actions and beliefs and brings an acute awareness of our thought process. We gain knowledge of what does not work, which will lead us to what will work. Your higher self requests that you shift your perspective about failure. Failure doesn't indicate that someone lacks talent or capability. Rather, it demonstrates one's courage and bravery to try. Failure also develops resilience, which teaches us how to recover quickly from mistakes. Failure, obstacles, and misfortunes are an expected part of the journey to success, and persevering and overcoming these will help grow and strengthen your spiritual fortitude. Remember that failure is but a temporary lesson on the pathway to success. You're being encouraged to try again and keep going. Yes. So, with that, my beautiful souls, that is everything I have for you in reference to the truth that's been trying to reach you and that you're meant to hear right now. Again, feel free to check the links down in my description box if you do feel called or curious to see what I can offer. I am always just trying to show up and make this world a better place and kind of like show people that they can become their own inner healers. Sometimes we just need a little bit of a guidance to start the journey. And that's simply all that I do. I want people to learn that it's not as scary as they think. It can be scary, but when we have somebody there kind of like cheering us on, holding the space for us to facilitate that journey, it's not so scary anymore. And I wish that I saw services or had services like this when I was going through the darkest parts of my own healing journey, hence why I made my business. So if that's something that you would be interested in, feel free to check it out, my loves, okay? But with that being said, feel free to give this reading a thumbs up or a thumbs down, honestly, if you resonated with it or not. Every little form of engagement really does just help push my channel out there. I'm still a little baby channel and I'm still trying to get myself known. It would mean the absolute world to me if you can comment, if you can share it, do whatever little things you can, my loves, to show that you support the journey and that you believe in the work that I'm trying to do and the work I'm trying to encourage others to do, because at the end of the day, it's the collective that helps. And the more of a collective we can create together and come to create a community, come as one, and like show to people that healing is more important than we realize, I feel like the more of a ripple effect we'll be able to create. And maybe one day, just one day, well, peace can maybe be on the table. But with that being said, I send you guys so much unconditional love. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for showing up for yourself today, for continuing to listen all the way up until this point. You know, you're doing this for yourself, and I'm just so proud of you for it. Keep showing up. You're doing amazing.
and hopefully I'll see you in my other pick a cards to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number twos. We are going to be moving through the setup and the preparation for your reading today. I wanted to see if I can give it a shot. I'm going to be keeping this completely, entirely unedited, okay? This is completely raw and organic, so, you know, just keep that in mind. But some of you guys were asking for it, so I wanted to see how it works out. Let me know in the comments down below if you guys appreciate it, and if you want me to keep making things like this, like show you the preparation process as well, okay? Because I did notice that they take up to like 20 minutes, okay? So just, you know, keep that in mind. But we're gonna be getting all the cards shuffled and ready in this portion before we dive into your reading. So if you just want to jump right into your reading, you can skip this part of your video, and I will meet you there. But you guys did end up getting the vice versa tarot deck for your tarot portion of this reading. We are using 3 different tarot decks, but this deck is the one that is tailored specifically to pile number 3, just like pile 2 and 1 got their own tarot decks for them as well, okay? So we're going to be getting all these cards nice and ready for this first part of the reading, which is where we're going to be exploring the truth that you're meant to hear right now, whenever the moment you come across this reading / video, okay? So let's get the cards out and ready. So what is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment they come across this reading / video, regardless of when they come across it, as this is a timeless reading and reference the truth that has been trying to reach them? What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment this video finds them? All right, we got 1. Let's keep going. What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment this reading finds them? Ooh. What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment this reading finds them? Okay, so the back of the deck wants to be seen with this one, so it is going to be Cosmic Flower. We're obviously going to be exploring it later on, but you guys ended up receiving 3 sacred geometries with solar plexus coming up, right? So that seems like this one's going to be important. All right, let's keep going. What is the truth on pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment that this reading finds them? What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment that this reading finds them? Okay, so we got this cute crystal, the tourmaline quartz. Okay, and then this one in front is bismuth, so we're going to be exploring that together. And then my Into It tarot deck, we're taking reversals here. What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment that this reading finds them? What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment that this reading finds them? What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment this reading finds them? What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear in the moment that they are listening to this reading? Okay, so the back of the deck is the 8 of Pentacles in reverse. We're going to explore that. And then we also got, 3 different cards. So we got the Page of Pentacles upright, Knight of Wands, and Knight of Swords in reverse, and the World card. All right, and then for the final deck, this is the Vice Versa Tarot. Okay, so the way that I do this card deck, if it falls upside down, then I'm gonna flip it over, and that's telling me that this way wants to be seen. Like if it lands like this, I see it meaning this. Does that make sense? Okay. So let's do it. What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment that they are listening to this, regardless of when they're listening to it, as this is a timeless reading? What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment they are listening to this reading? What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment they are listening to this reading? What is the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear the moment they are listening to this reading? Interesting. Okay. So no cards want to come out, but these two. And they're both 2s, so that is something to keep in mind. Okay. And 2 is ruled by the High Priestess. We're going to explore this obviously more in depth, but the Legu's rune is emotion, intuition, and flow, and the High Priestess is a lot about intuition and flowing. Back of the deck here is the 9 of Cups. Okay. And we're just going to honor it exactly as is. These are sideways, meaning that both sides want to be recognized, and then the 2 of Wands is facing this way. Okay. Interesting. We're going to explore that together. I'm placing it to the side. We're getting the other decks out so we can move into the next part of the reading that we're going to be exploring. All right. And then my transparent tarot here. Ah, my goodness gracious. I just dropped all the tarot cards, the transparent ones. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta pick them up. Yes. Beautiful. Yes. And yes. All right. So we're going to be using the transparent tarot in the second section for the second part of the second question. Does that make sense? So the second question has 2 questions inside it. Why this truth is hard to face for you, like why this truth is hard for you to face, and what this truth has been costing you, like not listening to it. You know what I mean? So this is the transparent tarot. We're going to be using it when we explore what this truth has been costing you. Okay, so we're going to put that to the side and let's get these other cards ready first. So why is this truth hard for pile number 3 to face? Why is this truth hard for pile number 3 to face? Back of the deck wants to be seen. We're going to honor it. We're going to explore it further later. And then these 2. Here we got 3. For my shadow deck, why has this truth been hard for pile number 3 to face? Why has this truth been hard for pile number 3 to face? The deck wants to be seen. There we go. Okay. And for my essential oils deck, why has this truth been hard for pile number 3 to face? It's been hard for pile number 3 to face. Why is this truth hard for pile number 3 to face? Okay, these 2 landed next to each other. We're going to honor it. And this one is on its own. There. And then for my past lives, for my past life cards, I only look at the words that are facing up, like this way. We'll see what happens. So why is this truth hard for pile number 3 to face? Why is this truth hard for pile number 3 to face? Why is this truth hard for pile number 3 to face? Ooh. Okay, we're going to honor it.
Conformist. I get it. Okay, so bystander and victim. Adult male came through here again. So this is one truth. We gotta keep them up and we can't let them slide. Let me see where to put them. Here's one. And then these two or four are all connected. Other, Africa, gluttony, animal care, star-crossed, love, animal lover. Okay. Very curious where this is gonna go when we explore further. Okay, and then this is like a bunch of things put into one. So we got other again with Crusader, Helpless Maiden, and Fool. Holocaust, Allied, Defender, World War, Master, Infection, and Disowned. Hold on, I'm just sitting with it because there's a lot of cards that came out, but I want to honor it. So I'm deciding how Source wants me to do this. Okay, it feels like, okay, there's like a story here. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Very intrigued. I'm very curious where this is going to be taking us. Placing the cards there. We got these cards ready to explore. And then for the final set for this part of the reading, we get your Transparent Tarot, where we're going to be looking at what this truth has been costing you. Like not listening to it. Why you've had trouble facing it, what it's been costing you not facing it. So what has this truth been costing pile number 3? Okay. What has this truth been costing pile number 3? What has this truth been costing pile number 3? What has this truth been costing pile number 3? Okay, back of the deck, we're gonna get 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna place the rest of the cards to the side. We're gonna just flip these over. Actually, yeah. So we got what in the Hanged Man, the High Priestess, the Ten of Swords, the Three of Wands, and the Seven of Cups, and then we have the Six of Pentacles. This is all for the back of the deck. So we're gonna place that up here. I'm just trying to make sure I have space around me so I don't confuse anything. And then all these cards here landed like this. Oh. All right. I think this is like a significator card energy, like it's meant to be on its own. Interesting, like it's kind of like overlying everything. So we're gonna honor it. We're gonna place that right here so we can explore that. And then lastly, for getting your reading and everything set up to dive into, we're gonna be looking at what changes when you embrace this truth, and then a final message from your higher self, okay? So what changes when you embrace this truth? We get my tea leaf cards, my embracing the shadow deck, and my golden tarot deck here. They're traditional, but shiny.
All right. So let's see. What changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? Okay, so we got these cards. Let's get the other set. There's a card that flew out over here. These two want to be together. What changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? Okay. We're good here. The back of the deck wants to be seen here. It's chair filled. Someone new is entering your life. Ooh, interesting. All right, so these go together. These go together. And these go together. Okay, so we got to honor it. Together. Together and together. Together. Cool. Let's get a shadow card. What changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? Oh, wow. Okay. We got 3 embracing the shadow cards. Oh, let's get this down. But this is the big one because it came upright, so it needs to shine. That's crazy. You guys got 3 embracing the shadow cards. So that's very, very interesting to me because you're the only deck that received more than 1. So this is probably like a really important truth. Like it's a very, very important one, and it's going to help heal a lot of different things in your life. So lastly, though, for the tarot, for this question, what changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? Let the cards fall out if they're meant for them. What changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? What changes for pile number 3 when they embrace this truth? Beautiful. Back of the deck is the 10 of Wands. You are carrying a lot and you feel like you have a lot to deal with already. You're exhausted. Okay, so upright, significators, and then, okay, cool. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool, beautiful. We got that done. Now we get, sorry, I'm just trying to remember what I'm doing next. Yes, next we do the final messages from your higher self, which is my higher self oracle deck. Pile number 1 received 3. Pile 2 received 1. So let's see how many you get in terms of messages from your higher self. And then we're going to be shuffling live in the moment my Soul Truth Self-Awareness card deck to get any, I guess, exercises or ways that you can continue to practice embracing this truth further after this reading is complete. But we're going to be exploring that together live when we explore the reading overall. So we don't have to shuffle that here, but we're going to do this one just so it's ready for us. What is the message meant for pile number 3, connecting to their higher self or their spiritual counsel? What is the final message for pile number 3 to walk away with from this reading? What is the final message meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading and hearing this truth? What is the final message meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading and hearing this truth? Okay, one more shuffle. Beautiful. Okay, we have 1. Taking the first step, back of the deck wants to be seen, and it is vision. Okay. Beautiful. Oh, okay. So, my loves, there you have it. We have everything nice and set up for you. And I am going to meet you at the portion of your reading where we're going to start. Okay, my loves. So I will meet you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 3s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the Laguz rune, I'm just trying to make sure that it is focused for you guys, with the Norse goddess Saga and the words being emotion, intuition, and flow, then you already know that this reading is 100% for you. In reference to the truth that's been trying to reach you in the moment that this reading has found you, I guess we can say, because this is a timeless reading. With this, let us definitely just begin this right off the bat by looking into the booklet to see the story, the lore here, and the divinatory meaning for this rune. And yeah, honestly, let's just go at it like that. Let me just have a sip of my little matcha latte. And we're going to explore this together. One thing I do want to say though, before we dive in, there's something here about protection, protecting something, protecting energy, protecting yourself. There's something here that wants to be protected. So that is just the thing that I'm picking up on right away. But we don't actually know specifically what that is that's trying to be protected. So we're going to find that out together now. Let me get to the Laguz rune, the number 34. What is this? Adding 3 and 4, adding to 7. So there's something here, a lot to do with like spiritual growth, because the number 7 is about that. Am I like tripping? Okay, no. We're at 28. Let's get to 34. All right. Here we are. I am Saga. In the cool waves I live, beneath the waterfall, a prophecy I give. Trust your intuition, for it flows true. May Laguz bring emotional awareness to you. Saga, goddess who dwells in the watery realm of blank, because I cannot pronounce that. Oh, 34 is here as well, so 34 may be of significance for you. Saga, prophetess who delivers wisdom to Odin over mead flowing from golden cups. Saga, seeress with strong intuition and emotion, allowing messages to flow through her. Saga is the goddess of seeing. She holds within her the ability to look upon and understand the ebb and flow of time, seeing along the threads of fate. Saga trusts her intuition and allows the messages to flow through her, delivering her wise words to others. In this image, Saga takes on the guise of the Lady of the Lake, a familiar character found within the pages of British medieval literature. Holding a sword reminiscent of Excalibur, she embodies magic, wisdom, and an ability to go with the flow regardless of the circumstances. The sword is a nod to artist Sharon McLeod's ancestral history, with Saga's red hair embodying the magical energy of both our Scottish ancestors. And in the Grimnismal, we learn of Saga's dwelling place known as Blank. It is described as a place where cool waters flow and murmur. In this land, Odin and Saga sit together each morning, gleefully talking and drinking mead from golden beakers. Saga sees all, yet does not let this weigh her down. She finds joy in the day-to-day, allowing negativity to wash over her as she goes with the flow of the waters surrounding her.
Saga shares emotional tales, withholding nothing as she allows her stories to flow through her. Laguz is the rune of water, meaning lake. It represents the emotional state of being and the flow of life. All emotions are valid. No emotions are bad or negative. Only your chosen reactions to them can have negative consequences. Acknowledge your emotions. Allow them to be the warning signs you need and address situations calmly and with composure. Share your emotions through storytelling by expressing your emotions through words and deeds. This rune signifies empathy, recognizing the emotional well being of others and sharing in their emotional journey. Laguz also represents intuition, linked slightly to emotions in the sense of a gut feeling. It calls you to trust your instincts and go with your gut. Your body has within it the power to alert you and guide you. Open yourself up to feeling into things. This may be a time where the heart steps in and takes over from the head. While logic is necessary, this rune speaks to the power of the heart. Allow messages, synchronicities, and emotions to flow. Perhaps give yourself permission to truly feel deeply without guilt or judgment. Laguz is free and flowing, sometimes calm and peaceful, yet sometimes raging and powerful. Acknowledge that life has the same force, as do your emotions. Learn to go with the flow. Worry not for things you cannot control, and trust that with strong emotional well being, good things will flow your way. Okay, there's a lot of things here, but one thing I want to say for certain is that a lot of what was said here in terms of the divinatory meaning for the Laguz rune, flowing, going with the flow, it's a lot easier said than done. That's the thing that came through in my head when I was even reading that part. So, in all honesty, I am extremely curious to see where this is going to take us, because a lot of this is screaming trust, trust, trust to me. The fact that it's adding 4 and 3 adds to 7. It's just like screaming trust. And specifically what's coming through when we separate the 3 and the 4, 3 is about action, 4 is about stability and containment. So a structure as well, foundation building. Maybe this is also a significating energy that has to do with you remembering that you need to just continue to trust the process you're in right now. Pile number 3, the actions that you've been taking. You keep doubting if they're right or wrong, but you don't need to label anything. You just need to listen to where your body and your heart is, in your soul, all in all, is trying to take you, and then just continue to follow, flow, listen to the call. There's no need to find reasoning, justifications, understandings behind it. Your brain's always going to try to solve those things. Meaning, it's always going to try to add meaning to everything. But one thing is for certain here, specifically revolving around this truth you're meant to hear right now, is that you are meant to just listen to the call of your inner knowing. Listen to where your heart wants to take you. Don't try to ask questions. Don't try to ask why. You're going to understand it as you go. That's something that's coming through very, very strongly. But obviously, let's start to explore, see where the rest of this leads us. I'm going to place your significator card to the side. I'm actually going to zoom out because I've had to do that with all of the piles so far. And I'm just trying to take it one step ahead so I am prepared. Okay. All right. So to explore this together, what we're going to be doing is, I do already got all the cards. I had all the cards set up for you if you guys check that out before this part of the video. We're going to be exploring that together. The first part of this that we're going to see regarding this question is the truth you're meant to hear right now, obviously. And then next, we're going to see why this truth is hard to face and what it's been costing you not facing it. And then thirdly, what changes when you embrace this truth, and then final messages from your higher self, okay? So we do have a couple of oracle cards that came out for you, my loves. We're going to be looking at that together. But before we do that, along with tarot that also came out, before we do that, let us look at the back of the deck energies first that did want to come through. First off, I found this very interesting because I normally wasn't planning on using this to be like back of the deck energy, but bismuth wanted to come through. So bismuth is an iridescent crystalline metal with a stair-step structure that forms when liquid bismuth cools. Its energy is focusing, conductive, and awakening. People that need it are the easily distracted, burners, people who are very bored.
And you use it for those looking for some psychedelic influence without swallowing the red pill. Lie on your back and take 10 or 100 or a million powerful breaths through your mouth with bismuth placed on your forehead. Then break out of tired gray thought patterns and get en route to a more colorful, energized life. So rewrite your code with rainbows. Okay, so this is like awakening energy. That's something to keep in mind, right? And then for another deck that wanted to be part of this back of the deck energy here, we have the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. And it says over and over, boring, complacent, scattered, monotonous, all work, no play, repetitive, not delivering. There is impatience, okay? Because bismuth, right? It was saying rewrite your code with rainbows. There might be some dullness in your life that's looking for more vividness right now. And we're going to be looking into that. I'm sorry if my camera keeps like glitching. I've been trying to understand why it's been doing that. If anyone has a solution to it, let me know, please. Because I've been going absolutely crazy. It's a Nikon Z30. Right now, I have it set on to autofocus full-time mode. And then it's on a wide, large focus thing. So it's trying to focus everything on the screen. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I have. If anyone knows, let me know in the comments, please. Okay, because I've been trying to use ChatGPT to solve it, but it just keeps going in circles with me. All right, so let's continue. For another back of the deck energy that we did have here that wanted to come through is Cosmic Flower with the number 18. So the number 18, I believe, has to do, it's ruled by the moon in major arcana. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind because that is what's coming through in my head right now. And I think there's a reason for that. There's something to do with your subconscious that's kind of feeding a narrative behind the scenes where that's why it's saying to like shut it down because it keeps trying to come up with like assumptions about something. I don't know. All right. The frequency of Cosmic Flower activates our remembrance of the place we call home, the core from which we pour our magnificence out into the world. Okay. I actually think that pile number 1 received this card, but not as a back of the deck energy. So that's interesting. This is actually giving me like an idea with, I don't know. You're forgetting like your why. Are you forgetting your why behind all of this? Are you forgetting the whole reason why you started this journey? I could be jumping the gun here right now. And we are using my vice versa tarot deck for you guys here. So the back of the deck here was the 9 of Cups. But you're just watching it, the cornucopia that she's holding. You've attained something. You've been on this journey to attaining it. And you should be really proud of all the work. Oh, look, the moon is right underneath. That is fascinating to me. You should be proud of something. That's what's coming through. Like right off the bat, you should be proud of something, of your journey, of the progress you've made or something like that. But you keep letting the subconscious kind of take over and it's kind of keeping you from being able to fully celebrate something right now or applaud yourself in some arena. Okay. So first up, to explore this, I'm going to actually look at the 2 tarot cards. You actually ended up getting just 2 individual tarot cards. And so that's actually really interesting because all the other decks received so many tarot cards and you guys are like the only deck that only got 2. And I shuffled that thing like crazy. You could check it back, rewind, you know, if you need the proof. But here we go, loves. We have the 2 of Wands in this position, but then we have the 2 of Swords land like this. And this is giving me an indication that both sides, both sides technically mean the same thing, 2 of Swords here, but sideways, it's kind of like, I feel like you kind of know what you should be doing. Like, okay, this is where it gets interesting. In terms of the truth that you're meant to hear, right off the bat, like before we even start exploring things, first off, I want to say the number 222 is of importance to you, okay? And what's really cool about that is the number 222 is about trust. And usually when we see that number, it's about trust in the middle of some sort of process when you don't see what's coming. Usually when you're torn, when you're anxiously ridden, mentally, and you're trying to just keep pursuing something, pushing forward. This Nine of Cups, it's all about that, right? They had to go through some certain journey to reach this fulfillment and to be proud of the work. But you don't see the person here. They're over here. So you're not seeing all the progress you've made. You've made so much, but you keep doing this weird comparison thing. And I don't know if that's like you're doing a self-comparison or a comparison to somebody else. I don't know what it is, but that's something we're gonna keep looking into. So we got 3 Into It tarot cards that came out for you guys. And first up, you guys received the World upright with end of a chapter, achievement, success, sense of belonging, accomplishment, integration, wholeness, fulfillment, and travel. Okay. Next up, we have the Knight of Swords in reverse with out of your depths. Missed opportunities, rude, insincere, hurtful, sarcastic, impulsive, bully, out of control. Oh, and it's ruled by Gemini. I did not know that. And then lastly, we have here the Page of Pentacles upright with laying a foundation, setting goals, grounded, great prospects, study of magic, good news, works hard, ambitious, and faithful. Interesting. Okay, let's keep going. So this is another crystal that you received that came out, and it is tourmaline quartz. So who needs it? Anyone in need of a psycho spiritual scrub. And it says when to use it: when it's time to shed a light on the vices, victims, and vampires in your life. Once you have a clear view of their whereabouts, it's that much easier to kick them back into the gutter where they belong. So here, with both the negativity fighting power of black tourmaline and the amplifying clarity of clear quartz, tourmaline quartz might just be the best stone to bring along in that often discussed desert island scenario. So restore your perfect light. There's something here where you're meant to, like, remember I said protect yourself? I felt that. You're trying to protect yourself. This is tourmaline quartz. It's one of my favorite stones, actually. And I was going to talk about it, but then I didn't realize it literally said tourmaline and clear quartz here. That's why I was reacting. I love how I'm trying to explain myself after minutes after I already did it. So that's funny. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Next up, we got 3 Sacred Geometry cards. Oh, I remember this one came out upright, so this one is of importance. We have the solar plexus chakra with the number 3. Okay. The frequency of the solar plexus chakra, the yellow flower of life, supports our sense of self, our personal power, and our willpower, as well as our knowing of who we are and what our contribution is to the whole. With the number 3, this is the 3rd chakra, technically, right? But 3 is also ruled by the number of action. Next up, we have authority with the number 10. The frequency of authority reminds us that true authority is powerful, directed, and realized, yet receptive, wise, and loving. Interesting. And then for the fortune telling card you guys received, it is despair with the number 32, 3 and 2 adding to 5. Interesting. And then lastly, you have universal love. Oh, pile 2 received this card with the number 44. The frequency of universal love activates the connection we feel to each other, to our planet, and to the whole of existence itself. Okay. Pile number 3. The truth that you need to hear right now. You're being way too hard on yourself about something. Something that may have not worked out the exact way that you hoped it would, or just it's still working out, quote unquote. It's working itself out, but you're jumping the gun. You're jumping to conclusions too quickly. And I don't know why that is, because you've already made like such an incredible milestone. I can see it. Like that's something that here that you need to be proud of, or you should kind of take more like pride in general. Like be grateful for, just feel those positive things, you know? And there's no positive or negative, right? We were talking about that. But just allowing yourself to sit with some peace, you know? In the stillness, because of this, all this crazy chaos that had to happen to get you to this next step, right? But instead, I think what's happening, you're wishing that things were like bigger, or you wanted more, you were hoping for more, or it's not enough for you right now because you're a little bit torn. I don't know what it is. It seems like some of you guys that chose this pile, like you feel like you might be in a really good position in life, or technically like if there was someone looking at your life from like the outside, they would see your life like if it was on a platter, right? And they were just like looking at your life in general. They would be like, "Oh, like they got a pretty good life. Like they're doing something, they're making something of themselves." But to you, it doesn't feel that way. There's like, it might feel like there's a gnawing, there's like this feeling of something gnawing at you, but you can't put your finger on it. And I think it's just kind of like swallowing you whole. I'm not a doctor, but I'm hearing some of you guys may have used to say like, "Oh, I think I just have like depression or something like that, or I'm like in a funk." But sometimes it would come in phases and you would think, "Oh, it's going to pass." But sometimes the phases get stronger and stronger, and it can get a little bit scary. Okay. But here's the thing we got to keep in mind, right? For the universal collective, the collective's back of the deck energy, when I got your significator cards out, we had Purpo. And Purpo, the number 21, that's the world. Everyone that clicked onto this video and selected a pile, there's something here to do with fate, chance, and a rebirth. It's Wheel of Fortune energy. But this Wheel of Fortune energy has only came here because of a completion of some kind already that's creating this new beginning. You're in a process of still learning and like understanding yourself, understanding where you want to go, or maybe even just trying to understand the thing that you're trying to like quote unquote master or something like that here. But in order to fully reach the finish line with this thing, you need, like, you must, pile number 3, enjoy the entire journey and do what you have to do to be able to enjoy it. And listen to when your gut's trying to tell you something's off. Listen to when something feels right. You have your own inner compass and your own North Star that you can follow. It's just a matter of, choice and choosing that for yourself. You have, and I feel like had a taste of that in the past, but I don't think it was perhaps the full real thing. I'm going to try to get some clarity here because I really want to understand what that is or was for you. So why is the despair card here? In terms of the truth that pile number 3 is meant to hear. Okay, so this is temperance. Interesting. But she's facing away. There is a rose here. And is it raining here? No, it's raining only here. Okay, so this is something hard to, I guess, swallow. It's a hard pill to swallow. It's something hard. It's a hard process to alchemize. But it does have to do with your work. And you've done a lot, but with the King of Wands here, it's like, I don't know. It feels like you keep battling yourself on something. Keep giving me more clarity. Clarify the Knight of Swords in reverse for me, please. Clarify the Knight of Swords in reverse. Okay. So we have the Three of Cups, Judgment. This was an awakening of some kind. And we have the King of Swords. This is so interesting to me because the King of Swords kept coming up like crazy for pile number 2. You didn't do anything wrong. I think you're just waking up to something, and this is supposed to drive you forward even more. This is helping you. There was something kind of off before this. Like, there was a fire that was trying to burn and inside of you, but the fire wasn't fully burning as well as it could be. And it's because of the balance of trying to show up and then trust and then action. Like, you had to kind of do things step by step, and having to like balance everything, it can start to, I guess, put a veil over the magic that you've been creating in your life. Like, you're not fully seeing everything for what it is because you're so focused. You're on focus mode, work mode, like get this stuff done mode. And this had to like be experienced to help you kind of lick your wounds afterwards so that you can like hype your own self up, pick your own self up, and then like go at it this time, but in the right way. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it to you other than that pile number 3. It's as if you haven't done anything wrong. You've been on the correct path this entire time. But perhaps the way that you were showing up beforehand, it had to be stopped because there was too much giving and not enough receiving. And there had to be an experience where it upset you enough, it triggered something enough to make you want to do things differently moving forward. And this is a hard thing. I'm going to be honest with you. This is something that could have triggered a lot of self-doubt and a lot of fear of like whether you were doing things right this whole time, or whether I'm hearing like, did I make that right choice? Like quitting this or like stopping that. I don't know what it is. I keep hearing that in my head, but that's like not here at all. It's just, I'm hearing like a paranoid thought that keeps playing. And that's the thing though that keeps making this seem bigger than it actually is. Because in reality, pile number 3, your reality is a lot bigger than this one thing that happened. And the things that you made is a lot bigger than this one thing that happened. And you're in this process of recognizing that, but that is the truth you're meant to hear. Like, there is still more for you out there, and there's still more to be seen, but you can't, it's not going to be, you're not going to get to experience it if you don't keep pushing forward. And I know this is like a hard time. I can sense it with the Temperance card here facing the way it is. I just realized that this is not Temperance. This is the Star. Oh, well, that still makes sense. But this is something that you had to experience. And I like this now because now that I know that it's the Star as well, even though I kept channeling Temperance energy, which is interesting, something to keep in mind, this is giving me the idea this spirit here is like a guide. And all these things, you don't realize it, are happening for you, not to you. And I feel like that is such a cliche thing. I feel like I've said it so many times in my pick of cards, but there's a reason why I keep saying it. It's because it's so flipping true, okay? Every time you start to doubt it, it'll make sense. The more you just keep trusting. I'm telling you right now, pile number 3. And with this whole situation, the best way to move forward is to just continue to send love. But this time, make sure that you're sending love from all areas. Don't just send love to the people outside of you. Don't just send love to the situation, but send love to yourself. When was the last time you showed up for you in a way that a best friend would show up for you right now? When was the last time you gave yourself words of encouragement, you know? And were able to be your own cheerleader? Because there was a time where you were able to be that for yourself, because there were moments where you struggled in this journey and in the past, and you had to do it then. But why can't you do it now? Because you're a lot closer than you realize to some sort of vision. I don't know what that is, but let's see, because
What is it that pile number 3 has been trying to do? Okay, so we have the death card, but the rebirth, you've already embraced it and accepted it. You may have taken a chance of some kind with the 8 of Wands coming in like this, following the 9 of Wands, and then there's a card that fell on the floor. Ooh, the 4 of Pentacles. There we go with the protection energy. Fits in right there. You took a risk on something that involved you moving, leaving something behind to protect yourself from like a collapse of some kind. And it's been like a process. I'm hearing of like trial and error, but you're growing. Like you've been doing a pretty good job with where you're at, but you're in the middle of the process. You know what I mean? But that's why this thing can hit hard, because sometimes it's like with these journeys, we never know where the end is. You know what I mean? Like we can feel certain emotional pulls in here and there, but you know, we're never actually going to know. And so sometimes, you know, because we think it's going to take forever, we'll put ourselves on autopilot. And when we put ourselves on autopilot mode, we become to put ourselves in survival mode. And then we don't get to enjoy the beauty of everything that's been surrounding us through the journey this entire time, because we're too focused on the end goal. Like you've been aggressively focused and fixated on it. So then when something throws you off guard, because you're so stuck on this fixated mode, this need for control, right? And structure. When something doesn't work or go according to plan, it can create a collapse because you haven't been in tune with the emotional side. You haven't been able to, I guess, find peace, befriend that side of yourself. So that side of you is against you right now, when in reality, your heart and your emotions are supposed to befriend the mind and the logic. It can't do that if you don't find a way to let that come into your life and serve its duties that it's meant to serve regarding this journey too, alongside the logic, alongside, I guess, the quote unquote grind that you've been doing. You haven't been listening to it. And you're even willing, like, because you've been so focused on it, it's like you have to be careful. Because with your focus solely on this destination, you're not realizing the little things that could create chaos or collapse. And I think that has to do with what happened here. Does it? Yes or no? Or no? Okay, so we have the Page of Pentacles facing away with the cornucopia. So it's like they didn't even announce it. It was hiding in plain sight with the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, because you were too focused on protecting what was yours. Yes. So it does feel like a lost opportunity. But here's the thing, love. There's a new one right around the corner. And what I'm hearing, I don't even think the opportunity is fully lost. It's just like you're tricking yourself into thinking that it is, but you're not seeing the bigger picture and like all the other possibilities to get to that thing that you wanted originally. Does that make sense? Because I still see it here. Like I see no dead ends. I don't see this being the end. I don't see anything negative here. It's a lot to do with how you're playing it in your mind, because you've never given your emotions the time of day to be able to plug into this scenario in the way that they're meant to function for it. And it has to do with your intuition and your instincts and your gut. Because when you don't listen to your body and you disconnect from it instead to get the job done, eventually that's going to catch up to you in the worst way, with burnout and so many different things. If we continue to build something that has to do with a dream of ours from a place of trust issues, what makes us think we're going to be able to get there successfully if we're going to keep doubting every step that we take along the way? So there's an idea here of needing to just listen to that inner knowing more, follow it, work with it. And if there's a fear of like exploring it, I think it has to do with you avoiding something internally that you know needs to be faced so that you can work with your emotions a little bit better. And that's something that you need to make a decision on. I feel like you're aware of it, but
remember I said like you're kind of aware of it, but it's like you still don't want to look at it. Or it's not that you know what to do right away, but you know what the issue is here. Like you know what caused this, but you still aren't choosing to look. And sources like the truth you're meant to hear right now is like you got to look because you got to protect this and you got to, but in order to protect it, you have to be aware of the very thing that's gotten in the way of it happening like this one time. I'm not saying you failed or you lost this opportunity. Okay, I just want to make that clear. It's that it's not, you're not connecting to your soul to do the soul's work. Does that make sense? And in order to feel aligned and align yourself with the truth, where this is really meant to go for you, you need to connect to all of yourself, not just the parts of you that you think are efficient, quote unquote, enough for you to get the job done. Because that's not how this works, love. So let us definitely explore why this truth is hard for you to face, okay? Or why it's been hard for you to face. So we're going to put these cards to the side and we're going to get the oracle cards that we got out for you here. And we have back of the deck energies too. And we have a lot of past life cards. I got made many, many different piles everywhere. Look, we have another pile of essential oils cards here. And then the past life cards, you got like 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4 different piles of past life cards that all like say something. So maybe this has been very hard to face for a lot of different reasons. That's just something to keep in mind as we move forward. Okay, love. But we're going to be exploring that and then we're going to see what not facing this truth has been costing you. So first up to look at the back of the deck energies. With my shadow deck, you guys got resistance. Go with the flow and be open to life's changes with opposition, refusal, and denial. That's exactly what we were talking about. So you're still in that state right now. You're a skeptic right now, love. You got to remember the whole, like, what is the drive that made you start this had to do with an emotion, okay? Remember that. Whether it's you leaving a job right now, getting let go of a job, or you pursuing some sort of thing. Because like I said, I kept channeling so many different like scenarios. Let me know in the comments down below, though, your story, guys, because I always love to hear. All right, and then another, I'm looking at the back of the decks first. That's what we're doing. The other back of the deck energy we have here is higher self and activation. That's literally what we were talking about, aligning with that. Underneath it is storm and unexpected. Yeah, this had to happen. Okay, so I'm going to start layering. I'm just letting you know in advance. I'm actually going to place this here because of that glare. And let us do this, my loves. Okay, sorry guys. I was trying to adjust my camera a little bit, but all right. So let us start this by looking at these 2 essential oil cards because I'm quite curious to see what they say. Oh, it's upside down. Right, yeah. First up, we have digestive with the keyword being processing. And trigger statement is, I am so worried. True statement, I have the solution. Slowing down and listening to your inner voice will provide you with direction and purpose. Interesting. And then next up, pairing with it, is calming with the keyword acceptance. Trigger statement, I cannot trust anyone. True statement, everyone deserves my love. I open my heart to heal and release. I open myself to the peace of divine love and grace. Embracing it. Know that it's part of the journey. Every rose has its thorn. In order to your journey to become the rose that it's meant to be, you got to go through the thorns first to get there. Here we have numbness, and it says to feel pain is to be alive and human. Insensitivity, disconnection, and indifference at the bottom. Next up, we have transcendence, unity. Present, abundant, and gratitude. And guilt, sabotage. Interesting that I'm laying that directly above it. There may have been a mistake that was made. And then lastly, we have that separate from these two is lavender with the keyword balance, trigger statement, no one understands me. True statement, I ask for what I need. From a place of love, you need to stand up and speak your truth. What you wish for is what the universe wishes for you. Okay. Now for the past life cards. Okay, I'm going to be doing this in sections, guys. So we're only looking at the words that are facing up. So first up, to pair with this, we have Allied, Defender, and World War. Next up with it, we have Fool, right? Was it Fool? I'm just trying to remember. Fool. And then World War, yep. And then we have Other. And I think I also saw Crusader, yes, but I'm not too sure what that is. A Crusader. Oh, I remember now. Helpless Maiden, Fool, Crusader, and Other. Okay. So let me take a moment and look up what a Crusader is again, because your girl, she ain't thinking right now. So let's check. Okay. Define Crusader. Let's check. A crusader is generally defined as one of the participants in the medieval crusades, which were a series of religiously motivated military campaigns sanctioned by the Latin Church between the 11th and 13th centuries. These campaigns aimed primarily to gain or retain control over holy sites. More broadly, a crusader can refer to any person who vigorously pursues a cause or reform, often with a strong moral or ideological conviction. Okay, interesting. Oh, so they had a motive. I get it. Yeah, okay. Next up, pairing with this, we have Animal Care. Star-Crossed Love. Oops, let me just... There we go. Star-Crossed Love. Then we got Gluttony and Dementia and Africa. And then we also had Abandonment. Yeah, okay. And then we also received Other here, as well as Carpenter. That's the words that stuck out to me. Sorry, I'm just trying to make it in a way where I can, like, see everything. Yeah, okay. And then, I'm not done with you guys. We still got, like, 2 more piles of them. We got Adult Male and Early Stone Age, and then Possessive. And then we have Bystander. And then the last set is over here. Thank you for your patience. We had Disowned. Disowned. Infection. Was it Infection? Yeah. Infection and then Master. Okay. And then the back of the deck here is Nonconformist and Rebel. And then it has the Love Hippie card. I don't know why, but I feel like you guys feel like you were played, like, really hard. And that's why this is hard. Oh, you guys probably hate me the way that I worded things earlier. But Source wanted me to say it the way I said it. This is where it gets hard because you're meant to be the bigger person. Why this truth is hard to face. There's a lot of reasons, pile number 3. This has to do with your past. This has to do with you had your hopes up about something. And it didn't play out because someone else was too focused on themselves and their own goals when you were genuinely trying to show up. But here's the beauty of it. To be honest, pile number 3, I can genuinely sense that you tried with all your might to show up in the way that is aligned with you and your truth and your integrity. And you are a good, like, player. What I mean by that, you might not always, like, want to work with people. Like, if you could work alone, like, you would. But if you're in a situation where you have to work with somebody, like, you are not going to say, I'll do my part and then not do it. You know what I mean? I can sense that off of you because it's important to you to show up in that way. But at the same time, there's this feeling here. Okay, this could be going a bunch of different ways, but in terms of how this truth is hard to face, why it's hard to face, depending on what resonates with you the most, if this had to do with something that you made a mistake on in the past about, a mistake in the sense of like choosing somebody to work with and then thinking that they got your hopes, they got your, oh my God, I can't. They got you as part of like their intentions to do good too. Like they want to do good for you, but at the end of the day, like they were only focusing on themselves because you made the mistake to choose that or something like that. That's something I'm picking up on. The other thing I was also picking up on is like you might have made a mistake because you were so focused on working aggressively and you're being really hard on yourself, beating yourself up about it, when in reality, like you're not even at the end of your journey yet. You're just jumping to conclusions when in reality, you've already built so much amazing things, impressive things, things that you should be proud of, but you keep thinking that it's not good enough. And dependent upon like what resonates with you the most, you know, just cherry pick what resonates and leave what doesn't, okay? I really just want you guys to take charge and control over your own narrative, your own story, and just plug in what I'm saying into it, okay? Does that make sense? This truth has been hard for you to face because you don't want to believe that you messed up, okay? You don't want to think that you made a mistake. You don't want to think that you messed up in some way. It's hard. It's hard to acknowledge that because of how big your heart is. And it's hard to acknowledge that because you always want to believe that everyone else like has good intentions like you do. Like they're not going to agree to something and just do something malefic. I don't think that there was anything meant to hurt you and bruise you as bad as you're feeling right now. But it's here because that's how your brain and your mind and your feelings are interpreting it. There's something here about also like, okay, I'm trying to really like channel this because I feel like there was some sort of support that was like here and it felt like it was part of your journey, but it wasn't entirely like the main thing, but it was kind of, it was like, what is the sidekick to Batman? Is it Robin? Robin something? I don't remember. It was like the Robin to your Batman. I think that's the sidekick. I hope I could be, I hope I'm right on that. But Robin's gone now, and now it's just Batman. And now you're like, what do I do now? You know what I mean? That's something I'm picking up on. And that could also be why, like, it's hard because you kept being, like, so focused on the journey. And perhaps, too, this could have been, like, the person leaving because they just couldn't, they didn't want to deal with it anymore. They may have become, like, a workaholic in some way. And it started to take over like your whole life, not just work life. It was seeping into different assets and facets of who you are in your life. And that person couldn't take it anymore. So it hurts because it was like an infection that spread to the point where it was to no return. That person wanted more of you. This thing wanted more of you, but you weren't able to give more because you were too focused on something here when it came to material matters. Okay. And another reason why it's hard to face is because you just don't want to accept it. And I think that you know what the culprit is to this. I think that you know what, I think this has to do with like a self-sabotaging thing too. Like I said, I listed so many different situations. You need to choose what resonates and then just keep plugging it in, okay? Because this is how Source wants me to deliver these things today, okay? I've honestly been having the craziest time doing this reading for piles 1, 2, and now you. Because it's like everyone has their own very, very, very specific situation. And yours, honestly, you guys received the most past life cards out of everyone. So I really think that this is something that has to do with like a healing of some kind. And self-sabotage definitely is here. and it definitely leaked and seeped into something. And in order to be able to move forward and grow more, and not just gain the success that people can see, but to feel emotionally fulfilled again, that's what you deserve. That's what you want. You need to find the balance again. But you got to listen to your inner world to feel it and find out where those imbalances lay. Because like if you don't listen, then you're not going to be able to find it. That's really, really, really important. Let's now see, but honestly though, let's see what this has been costing you, because this is probably going to help us be able to like plug in even further into this stuff. So in order for me to do this, I'm going to have to move this stuff here. Yeah, like this. And then I'm going to put the transparent tarot deck out to the side. So we did get back of the deck energy. I'm so sorry. It's hard for you guys to see it, but this is how it's got to be. For the back of the deck energy, we have the 6 of Pentacles, the 7 of Cups, the 3 of Wands. Okay, so 6 of Pentacles, 7 of Cups, 3 of Wands, the 10 of Swords. Okay. And then we have the High Priestess and Hanged Man. So you're in a point of like kind of like just sitting, waiting, processing, integrating, understanding what went wrong. Yeah, 7 of Cups. You don't know I think you're realizing that like you can't be doing it the same way anymore. How you move forward now, like, and how you choose to move forward now is what's going to create your outcome. And so what you want, it's fully dependent upon how you show up now moving forward. And I just realized now balance, listening to your inner world is what helps you find the balance. I just realized this is why okay, interesting. Yeah, you're in a period of that right now. A pause of contemplation and of kind of like really asking yourself, what do you really want? So one thing I encourage you to do is to, when you're able to, ask yourself, like, I want you to very, very much, or I invite you to, not I want you, my bad. I got overexcited on this. I highly, highly, highly invite you, my loves, to give yourselves a moment to really like, when you feel safe enough to do this, and you need to really sit in it and sit in the emotion, you need to sit in the feelings that come up. If you can picture yourself on your deathbed right now, and you're like just minutes away from taking your last breath, what do you know with all your heart and soul would let you leave this reality, your human body, your soul, your vessel, with satisfaction, with fulfillment, with peace, with bliss, with just gratitude because you got to experience it? What would that thing be? Sometimes it's going to be more than one thing, but there's always going to be a pull towards one or the other. You know what I mean? And there's your answer. You got to listen to that. There's something here that needs to be listened to. And your inner world knows it too. But you're not going to be able to figure this out if you keep sulking in it. You know what I mean? So the biggest way to move forward is to accept it first. That's the first step to anything, is to identify the issue and then to continue onwards. So yes, okay, continue, because I didn't get the rest of the cards. We're seeing what this has been costing you. So we have so this wanted to be a significator card. I just remembered that. This is the 10 of Pentacles. Okay, so there's going to be no matches to this one. It's right here. And now I think I'm understanding why you had other come up like a couple of times. And I was like, why is there an other as like a category? It's because it was insignificant to you. It didn't need a word because this felt more important in the moment. Now I'm understanding that. Okay, so to begin, we have the 7 of Swords and the Magician. Okay. We have the Devil paired with the Queen of Wands. And then lastly, we have the Knight of Cups with the Five of Cups. This is an addiction of some kind. This is an addictive tendency. This is something that isn't healthy. And you were able to do it for such a long time because you're good at what you do. I wish that I can get this light better for you guys. Hopefully that helps. Okay. This has been costing you the end game, because this end game, it doesn't just want the job or the life or the money or the material. It wants more. It wants the emotions, and it wants to feel like it's aligned emotionally just as much physically. But there's been a little bit too much arrogance in the sense of like, how much can I show for my sacrifice of some kind from the past? And like, you need to feel like you showed something, like you're trying to prove something. I don't know what it is. Like, you showed that you, like, it was all worth it or something like that. But that fight, it's all in your mind. Like, you've already done enough, way more than anyone or like source would have expected, if that makes sense. And you're still stuck in the cycle of like trying to prove yourself. There's still like an anger here that needs to be released. Now I understand why solar plexus is here as well. So it just kept you going, and it just kept you going and going. But for all the wrong reasons, you lost your spark, and other people felt it too, or something else felt it too. And this cost you your ability to see that truth, to follow it, to align with your soul and what your soul wants for you even more. You were putting your resources, your abilities, your skills in the wrong places when you were supposed to put it in everything and not just this one and done thing. So let us now see, though, what changes when you embrace this truth, okay? Because it's just about embracing it. So what I mean by embracing, accepting it, and then taking the next step forward, okay, loves? By the way, before we go into this, we have a lot of tea leaf cards we're going to be exploring together, and those are also in like their own separate categories. I did just want to point out there that I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing, and I am currently accepting one-on-one clients, okay, loves? So if that is something that you would be interested in doing, basically what I do offer a lot of different offerings, which is like one-time offerings, and then also like month-to-month healing, capacity-based healing sessions as well. And they're all accessible. I try to make everything that I offer as accessible financially as possible, because I'm really trying to do everything in my power to make healing as accessible as possible in general. So if that's something you're interested in, you are more than welcome, my loves, to try me out either through booking a soul immersion reading with me for a first time rate, or you can also just book a free soul clarity call with me in the link to the description, in the description box below. It says it when I say more resources and things. Honestly though, I think I'm probably going to change it. I just realized that. Okay, never mind. It's probably going to say free soul clarity call, because I just decided that I'm going to change it. Yes. Because I want you guys to start reaching out. I want you guys to know that I don't bite. I want you guys to know like there are different ways through this. And I have dealt with addiction. I've dealt with addictive self-sabotage, and literally my entire job is to help you move through that process to become your own inner healer enough to be able to release that self-sabotage in time. And I don't compete with therapy. I complement it, or I am the thing that you do before you go to therapy so you find the very thing to go tackle. I'm the thing you come to after therapy so you can begin developing self-trust with training wheels. My job, my work, what I do, I'm able to facilitate healing in a lot of different parts in the journey of it, is what I'm trying to say. So you don't have to worry if you think that the work won't work for you depending on where you're at. I work with everybody. That's literally the whole point of healing. We're not supposed to be in a perfect spot. There's no right way to do it. And you know, if that's just something you want to talk about and see if we would be a good fit for each other, I am all ears, my love. So feel free to hit that in the description box below for that free soul clarity call. But let us now move into this and see what changes when you embrace this truth, my loves. So again, like I said, just like with the past life cards, we got a lot of tea leaf pairings here that shot out the way they did. And you guys can always check it back if you don't believe me. in the section where I set up the cards. So we got 1, 2, 3, and 4 sets of them. And then we had one back of the deck come through here, and it was chair filled. Someone new is entering your life. Interesting. Okay, let's actually, yeah. And let me see. Okay, yep. And then we're also using my golden tarot deck. You guys received, I think, like 5 cards. Oh, these 2, I think, wanted to be significators. Yeah. We're going to look at the significators. And then we also got a final back of the deck energy here, which is the 10 of Wands. Okay. I just realized I did this wrong, so I should probably... Woo. Woo. Okay. Yes. Okay. Where am I putting this? Oh, the 10 of Wands go here. Beautiful. And then... yes, we also had, oh, you guys are the pile that received this many cards. You guys received 3 Embracing Your Shadows cards. So there's a lot of things that will heal and get to begin this process of healing for you once you embrace this truth. So this is like really, really important for your like growth journey. And like, it's like a pivotal moment is what I'm trying to say. So where do I want to start? Let's look at the 2 significator cards here first. So first up, my loves, we're stacking everything. We have the Knight of Wands. Ooh. And it is going to be paired alongside the 6 of Pentacles. Ooh, okay. All right. How do I want to do this? Okay, we're going to look at these first because I am feeling kind of called to do this. First up, for this first set of cards, we have Woman with dealings or relationship with a woman paired with needle and thread. A sincere wish will be granted. Okay, and then this one wants to be revealed next. We still have 2 more here, so I'm going to go into this and then look at the Embracing the Shadows. Actually, yeah, no. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to see how Source wants me to do this. Let's start. With this set, we have 4-leaf clover, great good fortune. And then with it, we have marriage and carriage. Oh, these rhyme. Marriage and carriage, a journey either physical or mental. I think I like this. I like where this is going actually a lot. Now I feel called to place 2 here. So we have overthinking and paralysis. Not every problem needs endless analysis. Trust your instincts and take action. And then we have embracing uncertainty. Not knowing what's next is not failure. It's an opportunity for reinvention. So let's stop here for now and take a look. So for some of the things that change for you, pile number 3, when you embrace this truth, is you get another shot at something. That's something I'm hearing. But in order to get the shot, you have to like listen to where your heart's trying to tell you right now. That's really, really important. This is all dependent upon whether or not you listen to what your heart's trying to tell you. There's something here about giving back, showing up, showing to prove something, but for the right reasons this time. Because you were stuck in some sort of trance. You were stuck in some sort of cycle and you really didn't know how to get out. You had a lost sense of self, You had a lost sense of self in the past, pile number 3, that was kind of driving your actions in the wrong ways, or driving your actions, your energy, your fire towards the wrong things. Where it wasn't like other things in your life weren't able to receive it equally. So it was unfair and it wasn't equal in some way. That's changing. The second you embrace this truth, pile number 3, I almost said 1. So if that's the case, if any of you guys did end up feeling like connected to pile number 1, then maybe that is an indicator to go listen to it, but ignore what I said if it doesn't resonate at all. With this, what changes when you embrace this truth? Another thing that comes through is, yeah, no, you just get a second chance, honestly. Like, this is about like commitment and like showing up again to something, but like in the right ways this time, and you're gonna get to prove yourself for the right reasons. This is heart aligned, proving oneself, not in the wrong ways. Someone new is entering your life. Can you give me clarity? A period of ill health and depression with fly. Remember I said depression earlier? I feel like this is about you, like, turning back on. Like, this isn't about someone new physically, but this could actually be about you stepping into a newer mold and releasing this darkness. Interesting. So let us keep going though, because there is more in terms of what changes. Let's do the tarot next, actually. So we have the 9 of Wands coming up again. I'm going to layer it, guys, warning. The King of Swords. The King of Swords keeps showing up like crazy. And then lastly, the Ace of Cups. You're finally protecting the right thing now. Or the thing that changes when you embrace this truth is you're finally understanding what was missing. And you're going to do everything in your power moving forward to not let yourself get to that point again in the way that it used to be. You're going to make sure that your heart is there and it's intact and it doesn't dim, it doesn't leave, it doesn't disappear. It stays. And let's get more insight here. We have bell, announcement with finger, warning you of a problem either now or in the near future. You're going to be able to protect yourself. You're going to be able to catch it before it gets worse. This wants to go in between these two. We have the shadow's gift. Within darkness lies wisdom. The pain you've endured is shaping you into someone stronger. Yes, that's the confirmation here. You're going to be able to catch it. And then for the final 3 tea leaves, we have fair woman, dealings a relationship with a woman with blonde, gray, or white hair. Interesting. And then we have grapes, time to go out and have fun and not unsuccessful plans. Interesting. Give me a moment because I want to get a clarifier with source really quick. Is it proving it correctly? Is it going to be able to have the second shot? Clarify the not for me, source. Clarify the not for me, source. Clarify the not for me, source. Okay. Yeah, this has to do with the goals thing. So you're going to be able to like make up for it. You're going to be able to show to your, like something, somebody, perhaps because there's woman twice. So that is giving us a big indicator this could have to do with somebody. Oh, and we have the 3 of Wands popping out. Yeah. Your vision you were aiming towards, you forgot to look at the biggest vision of all, the bigger picture of it, because you were just focused on one part of it and you left out all the other things. And that's changing. That's what changes when you embrace this truth. You're going to be able to overcome your inner demons, and those inner demons, the very inner demons that were holding you back from being able to say, I can have both. You're showing, or both, I can have it all. I don't know what it is. This is such an interesting theme because I have been feeling like this is similar for all the other piles, but in very different ways and situations. So this is beautiful because it's like, look, the person's here now with the 9 of Cups, and they're happy. Like you can see it on their face that they're proud of what they've done, and they did it the right ways this time. Like they are showing up and they're there to like look in awe. They're shifting and they're changing their fate by taking this risk, by taking this leap, not leaf, because they know that in order to get there, they have to keep listening. And I love that. I love that. I love that. They're listening to their gut. They're listening to their inner world. They're listening to their heart. And that's exactly what's going to be happening the second that you listen to this. You're going to be able to catch it. You're going to be able to heal. And it's just, I love this for you, because when you embrace it, you're going to listen. You're going to go do it. Take action now. You know what it is. You know what you got to do. Just do it. So now, my loves, to finish up this reading for you, this is a final message from your higher self. We actually ended up receiving just one card. We're going to be reading from the higher self, my higher self oracle deck booklet for it that goes along with the deck. So you did receive one card here, but I did feel called to look at the back of the deck for you. Ooh, I can't stop yawning, guys. Sorry, it's my nervous system. It's I was doing a little bit of an experiment I had to explain to the other piles with ADHD medication. And let's just say that my nervous system's a little bit confused, okay? So if I yawn, it's not because I think you're boring. It's not because I don't want to be here. It's just because my nervous system's a little bit confused, okay? It's trying to, let's say, downregulate right now. So we got vision for your back of the deck energy. Because you are reconnecting to your truth. You're reconnecting to your vision. You're reconnecting to your true sense of self, because you're ready to take the next step. And the next step, it had to come up a certain way. You know, you had to see it in a way that would have thrown you off guard. And so you need to understand, like, this happened for a reason, okay? It wasn't here to hurt you is what I'm trying to say. Now, I did want to let you know, I did not shuffle. This is the only deck I didn't shuffle beforehand. This is my Soul True Self-Awareness card deck. I did feel called to shuffle this live for all the piles today. So these are going to be questions for you to do some journaling prompts on, or self-reflection if you feel called to. And then they're also going to give you some exercises, like a today's soul action sort of thing. So when I bring the card up to the screen, I do highly recommend that you pause the video, take the notes, do what you got to do, jot down the question, screenshot it, do what you have to do, my loves, because I do really want you guys to, I believe that these are going to be questions that are going to help you to be able to further embrace this truth more and more. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is going to be part of the process. So let us get what cards are meant for pile number 3 to end this reading off for them. What cards are meant for pile number 3 to end this reading off for them? Okay. Beautiful. I think we got, what, 3 cards here? And then the card at the bottom is, am I on the right path? So that's just something to sit on and ask yourself that. Because you know the answer. You doubt it. You doubt yourself too much. Pile number 3. You know the answer to this. Okay, so before we look at what the booklet has to say with this card, let us see these questions first. All right. So first up, we have, am I focused on what I am losing or gaining? Are you going through some change? Are you scared to let go because of what you might lose? What if you shifted your focus from what you might lose to what you might gain? Endings are actually new beginnings. Today's soul action. Today, make a list of all the things you will gain from the change you are going through. Feel your heart, take a breath, and deepen into trust. Amazing things are coming. I actually love this. Better be taking notes, guys. Please take notes. Let's put it over here. Yes. Next up, we have, who am I ready to forgive? I am not what happened to me. I am who I choose to become. Is it time to let go, forgive, and move onward? Is your soul ready to forgive someone else or yourself? Forgiveness brings sweet release, freedom, and insight. Look at it from their shoes. Notice how you grew and what you learned. Who do you want to become, and how is this resistance holding you from what your soul wants?
Resistance. Look right here. Resistance. Resistance is right here, and then we have resistance. So that's just something to keep in mind, my love. Today's soul action. Write a forgiveness letter, then practice the Ho'oponopono prayer today while thinking of the person you are ready to forgive. I love you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I actually tried this and I loved it. Highly recommend that you guys try it out yourselves. Did you hear my cat? My cat in the background. Okay. Let's put this right here. And then lastly, am I getting enough rest to restore my energy and fully show up to my life? There we go. Let's do this. You are the asset. This body is your vehicle. Notice how your body is feeling, how much sleep you are getting, and what you can do to help your body rest. Today's soul action. Take a bath, put on some lavender essential oil, go to bed ridiculously early, or give yourself a timeout today. Notice your body thanking you. Today's mantra. The more I give myself permission to rest, the more I can contribute. Yes, I was just talking about this. That is crazy. Beautiful. Ooh. And now, my love, to wrap up your reading, we are going to read the final message that your higher self has for you. And it is with take the first step. And pile number 1 also received this card. So let us get into it together. Oh my god, did you guys see that? I feel like some of you guys are just ready to like go take action on something. Okay, so take the first step. There we go. Even the greatest was once a beginner. Don't be afraid to take the first step. Throughout your life, there will be many creations you desire to bring forth. Your higher self is reaching out to ask you to take a courageous leap forward. In order to create a desire you hold deeply in your heart. For most, the first step into the unknown is frightening, filled with uncertainty and unpredictable variables of the journey ahead. Many question if they will have the proper resources, support, and assistance to truly manifest, and they end up defeating themselves before they even begin. If you're enmeshed in the elusive world of fear, then the first step will appear perilous. But if you trust in the knowledge of your higher self, then this step will be a joyous one. This card reveals that it is time to break free from the chains of fear and be brave, dear spirit. Have the courage to venture into the unknown, since each step will move you toward your dreams and your destiny. If you find yourself collapsing into a state of worry and anxiety, look at your higher self in this card. She's taking a step with glee and enthusiasm, almost in enjoyable dance-like fashion. She knows what this will bring for you and is excited for you. If you're attempting to begin a new business, consider moving to a new location, or if you're trying something outside your comfort zone, then this card encourages you to take the risk. After taking your first step, trust that your higher self will nudge you into the appropriate following steps. Rest assured, you are supported on your journey moving forward. So, the pile number 3s. That is all I have for you today in reference to the truth that you're meant to hear right now. From the bottom of my flipping heart, I am so honored that I got to do this reading for you today. I'm so grateful for getting to show up and, be able to be a part of something online where I'm like able to be of service to you this way. And it's like the beauty of the organic way of like my video just happened to be on your page. Because let's face it, guys. Yeah, we can say, oh, it's always showing us the things that we see or we're interested in. But out of all the other readers on this platform, I was able to show up. Like, that's a gift for me. And, this is how I find my right soul clients. So I'm just like honored that I have this opportunity to show up. And with that, if you feel called to, no pressure, give this reading a thumbs up
if it resonated, or a thumbs down if it didn't. Honestly, any little form of engagement that you do really does help support my channel, support me, support what I'm all about, what I'm trying to do, which is to really help this world heal and become a better place, because I really do believe that it's only healed people that help heal this world. So the only way for us to have more healed people is for us to come together and want to focus on that together. So if that's something that you're interested in community wise, and also just like self-growth oriented, my pick a card readings are always gravitated towards self-growth topics and helping you always become the most healed, empowered version of yourself. So that's something you're interested in, feel free to hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet, my loves. And hopefully I will see you in my next pick of cards to come. I'm sending you so much unconditional love. I believe in you guys. This was like one of my favorite piles, I think, out of all the piles that I dived into for this topic, because I just have like, you're gonna be fine. And I saw some of myself in you guys today when I channeled. So you're gonna be able to overcome this. You just need to believe in yourself. Okay, I know that feeling. There's a fear here, a terror. It's terrifying, but you're gonna reach it, my love. Like, I can see it, I feel it in my heart and soul that you will. You have a cheerleader, a person here rooting for you at the other end of the screen. Okay, so just remember that. And again, like I said, hopefully I'll see you in my other card readings to come.